Have you ever had a dream that you had you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Wow, look at all them TVs. What is going on here? What is all this? Wow, when I was a kid, I only had one TV. What? Right now? We're live right now? You didn't tell me that. That was not part of our agreement. Oh my goodness. What do you mean he's not here? He can't even do his own show? Well, I tell you what, man. Okay, I'll go ahead and do the dang old intro. Whoa! Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead here. We're gonna do this show. Hello, everybody. My name is Randy. And you can call me Randy. You can call me anything you want to, actually. Just don't call me after 7. See, that's when I take my medications and they all kick in. So, okay, well, graphics department, if you want me to do this show, you better go ahead and throw up some graphics. Now! Okay. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and start this show. Alright, there it is, see? Look at that. The Audio Rose Podcast. Now then. There we go. Okay, now here's how we're gonna do this. Since Jared isn't here for his own show, now what kind of person gets their own show and doesn't even show up? Ha. Okay, well, whatever. I'll go ahead and do this dang old show. Now, kick it off. What we got first? Well, you can see us right here on the old Facebook and YouTube. If you wanted to, you could hit like and subscribe and tell somebody about what we're doing here. But you could also do what kids are doing up here. You know, this Instagram and Twitter, all that fun stuff that them kids be doing. And if you're an old fart like me, and you don't want to watch something for a couple hours and be entertained, well, you can listen to these audio shows on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, and Podbean. Podbean, you said Podbean. Okay, now then, I'm gonna give you a tip today, see? I'm gonna save you a whole bunch of money. Here's how. You can send us a letter by going on your old computer and typing one up. At the top of it, make sure you type in the Audio Roast Podcast at gmail.com. And then you type up what you want to send. Send us a love letter. Ooh. Or you can send us some game ideas, some tips, some criticism. No, don't be doing that now. We can't have that. Send us anything you want, really, I guess. It's okay. To the Audio Roast Podcast at gmail.com. Now, here's where I can save you a ton of money. You go ahead and hit send, and by hitting send, you save over 50 cents that you would have put in the mail by giving us a mail-in letter. So there, I saved you money, and you didn't even have to call that gecko. Okay, now speaking of money, we need some. Look at this. We don't even have a proper host. What kind of show is this? Okay, go over to the Patreon channel. That's www.patreon.com/The Audio Roast Podcast and sign up for a monthly membership to help support the show. Or, if you want to be more like the kids and do the Cash App, you can do it by typing in $The Audio Roast Podcast. Or, everybody's got a PayPal. You know you do. You be buying all that stuff up on the internets, on the Amazon, and the Etsy, and the eBay. And that stuff you ain't supposed to know about, you know that other adult fun stuff. Anyway, okay, so that's how you do it. And what you do by doing that is you help keep up all these lights and TVs on, see? And we got a lot of them up here, so go ahead and do that. Now, here's what we did, or what somebody around here did last week. We did live local photography appreciation. We had Mr. Marty Jones from Music Man Photography here with us. And we had Brenda Fulbright from Raven Angel Photos. And we had a great time talking about a bunch of pictures and focus and lenses. So that's what we did, see. Now then, here's what we got next week. Let's see, what is it? We've got... Wow! We got some shock rock. I'm already scared. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I can do this. Okay, next week we've got shock rock. Oh! Okay, just breathe, Randy. Just breathe. Okay, we got Mr. Stephen Montecore March joining us next week, as well as Matthew Newkirk. Now, that's going to be kind of a Halloween show, a special, if you will. But this week, we've got something fun. See all these TVs back here? They're here for a reason, see? Because this week, we're going to be determining the greatest instrumental TV shows of all time. Yeah, so if they got words in them, more than 3 words, it ain't gonna be on today's show. You'll have to tune in to another Tournament of Champions for that. Now, with us today, we've got from the band Chaos Theory and Identity Crisis, we've got Josh Poole. And also with us from Papa Green Shoes, we've got Jody Guy, not gal, not girl, not boy, Jody Guy Cottengim. And we're going to have us a fun time today. What? Okay, I'll wrap it up. Don't rush me. Man, okay, they're rushing me. I gotta go, kids. Now, go ahead and watch these commercials, and hopefully Jared will show up sometime soon. See ya.
Okay, well, thank you, Randy, for that wonderful intro. Wow, how's it going out there, everybody? Good to see everybody along. I was obviously running a little bit behind today, and somebody had to take the show over. So glad to finally be here. Sorry if you were confused on what show you're watching. Take your medicine and go away now, Randy. You're good. Thank you. Yep. All right. Good night. Okay, so we are here, folks. We are going to go ahead and finish what Randy started. And we're going to do our next segment, which is, of course, 7 songs in 7 days. All right, kiddies. So before we start this, I just want to say hello to everybody. And yes, the singer is always late, Dan. And Chris says, Law must have picked up Jared streaking again. Yes, that's the 3rd time this week. I'm trying to get it all in before the cold front hits. So, okay, we've got 7 songs in 7 days. We've got a whole bunch of songs that I had never, ever even listened to, and some bands that I'd never even heard of. So, I had kind of this epiphany, if you will, this week, and I went ahead and took all 7 of these songs and reacted to them on video, and I'll be putting those up on Patreon for you to get a detailed analysis of, as the song plays, what's going through my mind and that kind of thing. So, I'm going to stay after the show and upload some of those so you can check those out. But without any further ado, let's jump right into it. In the number 7 spot, given to us by Scott Garmery, we've got Forward Momentum by Dark Tranquillity. And yeah, you know, here's the thing. I don't want to get into a whole lot of breakdown with these songs. Like I said, I've got them up on Patreon, so check them out. But yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and bring on one of today's guests, I should say, and see if he can stake his claim on this, because in the number 6 position for the 3rd time with a King's X song is Dogman by King's X. So let me see here if I can get Mr. Josh Poole over here and see if he can define, if I can hit the right buttons. Maybe. We'll see. We'll just go this way. We'll go this way. Or not. Hey, there we go. And then I got to do one of these numbers. There we go. Okay, so Josh, my man, we'll pretend we haven't introduced you yet, but right. You've got to sell me on this King's X. I
King's
honestly,
X? I have to sell you on King's X.
You do. See, here's the thing. So,
okay, what is your problem with King's X? Oh my gosh! Tell that to Pearl Jam. Tell that to Alice in Chains. Tell that to Nirvana.
Fair, but here's
these guys influenced all those groups.
Well,
do you like Pearl Jam?
I'll
do you like Audio Slave?
Yeah, but
okay.
I was late. I was late to the party on that. So for me, they were the inventors. I was not around for the growth period, the inception of grunge, if you will. I think that the thing that was smart for Pearl Jam and Alice in Chains, and you mentioned Audio Slave, which by the way was 15 years past that, was
still influenced by them
for sure. Was the fact that they pepped up the music a little bit and had more rock and roll influence in it and less atmospheric kind of stuff. Now, I will give you credit. Dogman seemed to have a lot more pep in it than the previous 2 songs that you suggested, but I couldn't get into it, man. I don't know. And I know they're like local legends sort of thing. Like they're
not local legends, they're international legends, dude.
Well, I know, but I mean, didn't they originate from around here? They played here a lot, or I mean, okay, so there you go. So I wasn't here for that, so I don't get it either. You know, it is what it is, I guess. What is it about King's X that sticks out to you more so than Pearl Jam and Alice in Chains? Is it just they were the first, and so
no, they,
because I'm like, that's a Diamond Dave argument, and that's a sucky argument.
Okay, Ty Tabor had a very innovative guitar tone,
and
guitar style. He was pretty much the first one to really utilize drop D tuning in a very consistent way, which influenced all of the grunge and even the new metal and all the heavy metal that you hear nowadays. Drop D tuning, thank Ty Tabor for.
Okay.
Doug Pinnick played a 12-string bass. ran a really nice distortion. There are people who have tried to analyze these guys' sound just so they could get something close to it.
Gotcha.
Okay, Ty would take his amps and he would strip all the faces off so he wouldn't let people know what type of gear he was playing with because he was that protective of his tone.
Gotcha.
You just never heard anything like that before in music. So they were innovative, they were creative, and they were doing something completely 10 years ahead of their time.
I mean, okay. I mean, I will give you credit for them being the first and them being early to it, because the grunge movement was a huge, I mean, honestly, it was a massive movement that really changed forever the shape of music, modern music as we know it. So, I mean, I'll give them that. But, you know, it's kind of like the first of anything. There's a special place for it, but it's not even, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a fully fleshed out vision. You know what I mean? Like, it has to have more bands that supplement the idea. The sum is greater than a single part kind of thing.
I can get what you're saying, but you know, they were the originators. So,
all right. Well, here's to King's X, forever playing on Josh's turntables, if you will, and hopefully never again on mine.
Okay. I just know if it's not, King Diamond,
right? Right. Yeah. Exactly. You know, there's story, melody, progression. You know, stuff to keep you awake.
Cat like screaming.
Yeah, that's exactly what King's X is missing.
Yeah, that's all they're missing. Yeah.
Here's the thing too. I want to talk about this because I've mentioned a couple times on the show that I'm in a metal cover band, and we still, even today, are tossing up name ideas and stuff. We still don't have that locked down. But I will say King's X is a great band name. I will give them that 100%. 100%. 100%. So
and you just had 3 drinks.
Right. Exactly. I'm trying to get people,
game,
you know, loosened up and feeling good.
That's right.
Yeah. See, here you go. Elkie says Jared Isaac's too young. Exactly.
Yeah, he just doesn't understand.
So don't hate me for my youth.
I don't hate you for your youth, but I just, thought you were
Disagree.
a little more open to new things.
Well, I am whenever they're good.
Oh my gosh, people. All right, that's it. I'm out of here.
Yep. Good to see you. All right, we'll continue on. All right. So coming up next, let's see here. We've got in the number 6, I'm sorry, that was number 6. In the number 5 position, we have got Home by Hurry Sundown. That one was given to us by Elkie Caswell Bradford. That was a song I'd never heard. I actually really enjoyed that one. It was slow in a good way. It was not boring. It had a good story. You know, all the high points. So in the number 4 position, Marty Jones was one of the guests last week, as Randy gave us a fine tribute to. And it was given to us by Marty Jones. This one is Nasty Nasty by Black and Blue. And also another guest from last week is Brenda Fulbright, and she gave me a Slade song. And I mentioned this on the video that I reacted to that'll be on Patreon. I'm not sure if this is the same band Slade, like from the 70s, but it was a totally different sound to me if it was the same band. And this one was called Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply, which by name automatically shoots through the atmosphere on the rankings. So yeah, who doesn't like a little innuendo? Am I right, Gene Whedon? So number 2 position was given to us by Al Hutches, who always gives us a really nice variety of things. I would imagine Al has like a huge music collection because he has so many different things that he throws to us. This one was by a band called Nathaniel Ratcliffe or Ratcliffe and the Night Sweats. And this song is called SOB. This song was funky, groovy. Again, I reacted to this one, and it kind of reminds me of a mix between like "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" with who did I compare that to? I don't remember, but it had like some good harmony, like bluegrass type harmonies, and then it would get into like this total funk, like a it was really good, really good. But for the second week in a row, holy cow, can you believe it? Chris Snyder, for the second time in 2 weeks, has given us the number 1 position, and this is a band that I'd never heard of, and I don't know how. I'm again gonna assume that this is an 80s band, but this is a band called Riot, and the song is called Blood Streets. What a fantastic song. I dug that one the most out of all 7 of these. So yeah, I'm gonna go over here to the comments and go ahead and nominate now for any song, any genre for next week's 7 songs in 7 days, and use the hashtag 7 so that I'm able to find it. And yeah, we will go ahead and kick things off here. And let's see what we've got. Okay, so we're going to take a break and introduce our guest, and we'll be back in just 1 second.
Hey musicians, do your shows need that extra layer of fun and excitement? Wow your fans with next level production and let Sunset Productions help you up your game. We can create custom and unique sound, lighting, and video packages designed just for you and your budget. Let's work together and give our community the shows they deserve. For more information, contact Jared Isaacs at sunsetproductionsspringfield@gmail.com. You can also check us out on Facebook and Instagram at Sunset Productions. Sunset Productions. Don't be a jukebox. Be an experience.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and kick off today's show. We're going to do things a little bit different. Obviously, we've got a special Tournament of Champions episode today, so we're not going to be playing any games or anything, but I need all the votes that we can get. So if you're here and you're a fan of TV theme songs, please be sure to vote on each of these brackets so that we're able to, kind of have a better, the more votes, the better it'll be. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, go ahead. Keep coming with the hashtag 7 for the 7 songs in 7 days. And there's 1. There's 2. We're up to 2, I think, so far. Funny. I don't see any King's X. Wow, I must not be alone.
Shut up, Jared.
I'm
on your show. I can't do everything for you.
Right. No, that's true. Dan Delaney says, sorry, I missed a lot of that section. The elderly cat, 13 years old, was trying to rape the young tomcat of 4 years old. Woo! I had to capture it. Yeah, well, capture it in your hands or on video. that changes the story drastically. There's Chris with another one, hashtag 7. Yeah, so real quick at the top of the show, I do want to say, even though Randy, yelled at the graphics department to throw that up, I do want to say my condolences to the family and friends of Thomas Cook, who, of course, was the drummer for Face the Wheel, a local Springfield, Missouri metal band. And I had the pleasure of playing with them, I believe, in one show, if not more than that, in my band Death May Die. So, I made a post about it, and I mean it. Thomas made quite an impression to me and to my bandmates. So, all good guys, and you guys are in my thoughts. So, hang in there, man. Okay, Al's seriously, 25 minutes to reboot the damn computer. Tell me about it. Welcome to my world. Yes. So, okay, let's go ahead and introduce some guests and get this thing kicked off in style. Let's see if I can button push the right stuff. Perhaps. Hey, that's the wrong one.
You're not me.
Yeah, we'll go this side. Possibly not. Yeah, we're there. There we go. Okay, I just hit the wrong thing. Hi, Josh. How's it going?
Hi, Jared. I'm doing fine.
Are you, buddy?
I'm having a bit of an identity crisis.
Look at you. Look at you, my man.
I plugged the band. Look at that.
Yeah, so I'm so glad to finally have you on the show, man. You're one of our well, you're not one of, you are like the longest running watcher, if you will, viewer of the show. So
and I'm waiting for my check. So
well, that makes 2 of us. Yeah, let's see here if I can
Hey, there we are. Yeah.
Adjust this Hobbit camera.
Is that a height reference?
No, it's a curly hair reference. Come on, dude.
Come
on. Now I'm not going to have you on and roast you. I mean,
of course
that's
not.
not anything like what we do.
No,
we don't do that kind of thing here. Speaking of roast, we're sipping on some classic rock coffee breakfast blend this week. And Breakfast in America, I believe, is what it's called, and it is quite
patriotic,
tasty.
yeah.
Man, right. So okay, let's. I tell you what, I want to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Normally I do the interview kind of in the middle of the show, but here's what I want to do. I want to tell these people why you're qualified to be on today's show.
Okay.
Jody, Keep breathing. You're all right. It's
Right.
good to be here. We'll get to you. So why are you qualified? No, I'm kidding.
What?
I've got to
I
start.
was available probably.
Yeah, they've.
I've spent hours and hours in front of the television.
There you go. Okay, so serious stuff. You know where
Right.
I'm going to start with.
Okay.
What's your favorite flavor of Pop-Tart?
I like the fruit flavored ones. So cherry, strawberry.
That's a good answer. That's
Mhm.
exactly where I'm at, to be
Right.
honest. Where are you at on like the pretzel Pop-Tarts and the no frosted and all the
Well, see, I'm diabetic, so I can't eat that stuff anymore. So I haven't really delved into the new technology in Pop Tarts. So I couldn't tell you.
That's fair. And I don't know that I would consider it technology. In fact, it's taking away.
Right? Yeah.
So yeah. Al says, does it say I love Bieber on the bottom of Joshua's coffee mug? It does. It does. Yeah. In itty bitty fine print, but it's there. See it? There it is.
Hey man, don't be knocking the Biebs.
No, absolutely not. I know you're a fan.
I am.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There
So,
isn't.
talk to me about your new project. You've been first
My
of
new
all
project. Yeah.
You've been in chaos theory for quite a while, right?
Yeah. It's been about 4 years, I think.
4 years, and that's still going to go, correct?
Well, we haven't decided to break up yet. So
Okay, well that's
we're missing a guitarist and singer, but it's time of COVID, so we're not really worried about replacing anytime soon. But
Right.
we're open to it. So.
Gotcha. So it's not the book hasn't closed.
No. If anyone asks us to play, we'll probably find someone to fill in for Jeff. But
Hey,
yeah,
Randy, where you at? You want to sing?
there's a height limit to the band.
Oh, so why are you in the band?
There's too tall. I mean, I barely slipped in. They do have that if you're this tall, you can't ride the ride type of thing, and I'm just over it, like about 1.5 inches. So
Okay. An inch matters.
that's right. My mouth is shut on that one. I'm not going to comment.
I'm not going to comment on the fact that your mouth is shut. Okay, so moving right along. Tell me about the new band, Identity
The new
Crisis.
band, Identity Crisis. It's Aaron Gabrielle,
Uh-huh.
Travis, and Aaron from Got You Covered
Yep.
are in there.
And King Covered, I believe. I think they're both in that as well.
I know Got You Covered.
There you go.
Yeah.
Chris, chime in. I know you know
Yeah.
the boys.
Do you know the boys?
No.
Chris? Yeah.
Chris Schneider?
Oh, you're talking to the
Yeah,
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
talking to the, our audience.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, they're both amazing.
I know it's weird for you to be on this side of the camera.
It is,
Yeah.
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 So first time I've ever played with those guys, and they are amazing musicians, and we are having a great time, and we're coming up with a really eclectic playlist. So yeah,
Which
I'm
is
really
cool.
looking
So I
forward
know
to
that
it,
was that was kind of a thing whenever Aaron was with Wicked Shimmy. I don't know the restructuring of Wicked Shimmy if they've altered their set list or not, but that was something I actually enjoyed about Aaron, is that she liked to throw in all kinds of stuff. So like throw out like 4 or 5 songs that you're doing to kind of show the variety of what you guys have got.
We're doing Psycho Killers from the Talking Heads. We're doing some Foo Fighters, Lady Gaga, some Prince. So it's just we're going to be working in some Metallica, not
Dang.
Metallica, but Megadeth. So yeah, not Metallica. They're
Yeah,
too
come on
commercial.
now.
So,
Don't know all that you know about King's X and
Yeah.
Metallica and
I'm
Megadeth
sorry.
up.
Yeah, they're the same band, aren't they?
Oh
really?
my god. Okay, moving.
So yeah, basically from Lady Gaga to Megadeth, so and everything in between.
I love that. I love that so much.
Yeah, it's going to be a great project. We're having a lot of fun with it.
Elkie says King Cover is no longer. It looks like they got dethroned.
Oh my gosh.
Dang it. So do you guys have your first show booked or anything yet? Or have you?
We're talking with some clubs right now. Nothing is set in stone right now, but we're looking at the beginning of the year.
Very good. Yeah.
So we got
I feel like a lot of bands are kind of waiting for, things to kind of turn around.
right.
And hopefully, beginning of next year, things look a little bit different, or I'm sure it won't be back to normal per se,
Mhm.
but better than where we are now. Hopefully.
Yeah,
So-
we've only had like maybe 3 or 4 practices with this current lineup. So we got a lot of work as far as getting songs and getting all that in place, but it's coming along real quick. And so
Well, good.
everyone's real professional. So we're looking to play out as soon as possible.
Good. Very good. So I got to ask, also, if you weren't a musician and by day you work at Arc of the Ozarks, correct?
Right. Yes.
So if you would have followed your childhood dream, would you still be on the same path, or what would you be?
I would be an entertainer of some vein. I don't know, maybe actor or I don't know, busker or something. But yeah, music is really what I wanted to do. I got I started on like musical theater, so acting and singing and all that stuff has always been a part of my life since like elementary school. So
I feel like
born entertainer.
Yeah, no, I feel like you've almost missed your calling as a vaudeville actor. Like, just the whole jazz hands and the thank you and the
Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon.
Hey.
Yeah. So,
yeah. No, I dig it. And that shows through, honestly, Josh, in your personality. And I just realized that too. Do you prefer Josh or Joshua?
It doesn't matter. I when I was younger, I liked Joshua. It just sounded like a stronger name, but I gave up on it. No one. It's like, hey, my name's Joshua. Hey, how you doing, Josh? So it never really.
Right.
It's one of those
That's
names
fair.
that people automatically shorten. So
yeah, right. You get the short end of the stick on that for sure.
It is.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. And so, I've got a little clip of you playing with Chaos Theory.
Okay.
And feel free to tell us, kind of commentate over it and tell us what we're seeing, where you guys are playing, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And we'll take it from there. So, oh wait, wow,
that's not me.
That's not you. That's him.
We're really
Jody!
into this identity crisis thing, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. How's it going, my pixie stick brother?
It's good. How are you?
Better
There
now.
You there you go. We got more. When he said he was diabetic, I was like, get all the candy away from him now. Get away. Get all the candy away.
Oh man, thank you, Jody, so much for being here, man.
Thank you. This is really, really good. This is cool.
Incoming. No, and so full disclosure, like I had nothing. So I try to like book 2 or 3 months out at a time, and it was like coming up, and I'm like, oh, I'll get to it. And last week it was the end. I was at the edge of the cliff and had nothing booked. I'm like, oh God, help. And you're right there, man, and I appreciate that so much.
You're welcome.
I've been a fan of yours and your brother and Papa Green Shoes for quite some time, but for whatever reason, you and our paths haven't totally crossed where we can do exactly this. Hang out and have a little conversation and have some fun and kind of get to know each other. So I'm excited for this.
Let's do it.
So tell me about first of all, I've got to know about your obsession with candy. I for one, here you go.
What do you got?
I am a fellow candy lover, and so I appreciate it about you. So that's a mix of 2 different blends of Skittles. So tell me what you think of that.
I'm all about mixing candy.
There you go.
My brother and I, one time on the road, we put together sweet tarts and hot tamales driving down the highway, and that was an excellent combo.
Sweet tarts and hot tamales.
Yeah, take hot tamales and sweet tarts, or we did it with sweet tarts, but any of the sugar candy, just smash them all together and chew them on down.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
You got a beautiful voice, Jody.
You do.
You do.
Not with candy in my mouth, I don't.
Well, okay.
So
thank you, Joshua.
You're welcome.
What was it like for you? I mean, 'tis the season. What was Halloween like for you? Is that like the be all end all for you, like getting all that candy and stuff as a kid, or what? Did you not go trick or treating, or what was that like for you?
It was great. It was great.
Yeah.
Now, as an adult, I just do it all year long.
Right. Nobody to tell you not to.
No, just eat gobstoppers and Smarties and Sprees and Pixie Sticks. And
yes, that is
candy.
the plus side to being an adult for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter if it spoils your dinner because
it is dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a lot of times.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Jody, I like I said, I don't really know you, but I know a lot of people hold you in high regard. You've been a musician in the area for quite some time. When did you get your start in music and like your first band and that kind of stuff?
Oh, well, my dad was a professional musician here in town, and Stoney and I just grew up in a house that had nothing but music in it.
Okay.
There's pictures and such of being 1, 2, holding basses and guitars and playing on B3 organs and beating on drums.
Right.
But I remember getting on my real drum set from the Drum Key here in Springfield from the Bedell family, and I was 7. And so we started playing, and I was probably closer to 12 or 13 years old when we started playing so-called professionally, which means we got paid a little bit of money. And from that point on, I was really lucky to get to play with some of the old heads in town. Your Don Shipses, your Bud Johnsons, your Huey Walpos, your Lloyd Hicks, Pete Generous. I'd get to sit and watch them and sometimes play Blue Monday gigs down at the Buffalo Bar on Monday nights. As a little dude, watching all the old guys, it just gave me a chance to kind of learn the difference between. And then, of course, I wanted to do it. And then from high school, you just find guys and you start playing, and and then you'd sit in with the old dudes when they needed somebody. And from that point on, we just kept learning and kept playing, and still doing it.
Man, that's so cool, because for me, like, my dad was in a band, but I was far too young to, like, he would go do a gig and either mom would watch me or my grandparents, that kind of thing, while he wouldn't play the show. So for me, I saw pictures once I was older of dad behind a drum set, and that kind of thing. So, and I talked about this on the Unsung Dreamers, that it was almost intangible. Like, I saw pictures of it, but it was never real life for me. But for you, it was the opposite. You were right there and grew up with it the whole time.
Oh, absolutely.
So what a cool experience for you. So did you ever take like formal lessons or anything, or is it just what you picked up around you?
I tried. When I was a little kid, I was trying. And, so if you try to take drum formal lessons, that means, okay, take this stick, take that stick, play on this practice pad, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, over and over and over, or, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, left. They're trying to simply teach you those rudiments and teach you sticking and all the things that are real important. But at the time, I'm already playing a 5-piece drum set and playing with adults and playing out there in the middle of, all the clubs and honky tonks and what have you. So that seemed a little weird. And I tried for a couple of weeks. And then I didn't. I just said, forget that. And I went back to playing. Where I really learned about music and notes and learning how to read and timing and structure was in high school, because I was playing in all these places. There were band directors and teachers and choir directors that would come out and watch us play. And then, so the next thing you know, I'm in high school and they're getting called to the office, and there's this kid that knows how to play drums, and they introduced me to Charlie Lober, which was the band director at the time. And I just immediately changed my schedule and started playing in the high school band at Hillcrest High School. By the end of that year, I was running drum lines and playing in jazz bands and pep bands and choir and orchestra and backing up this, all the drama department. And I just immediately started swallowing it all up. And then that was daytime during school. And at nighttime, it was still the same thing. I mean, dad's playing in groups and I'm watching it happen live. And that's kind of the start.
Wow. So you've played drums for a long time. Is there any other instrument that you do play, or was drums your only focus?
I don't play any other instrument very well. And I can pound out piano. Recently, what I've realized is I haven't figured out the instruments, but I can learn patterns, kind of like playing drums. But I can learn a pattern on a keyboard and sit there and play you a song. I call it campfire music. Like I can take the guitar one time and sing you a song. I could sit down at a baby grand in a hotel lobby and sing you a song, but I am not a bass player, piano player, guitar player. I've kind of just cursed with playing drums.
Gotcha. Well, and that's not a bad curse. Real quick, because I spoke to my dad earlier this week. Here he is. He says that he saw you and your brother play for a party at Rust Fridays, and he thought you guys were great.
Thank you.
And he says, never saw a guy that tall sitting on a drum throne, but was about a foot high. Yeah. Yeah.
I am very, very tall. And then I've always joked around that the world wasn't made for a guy my height. So all the chairs, I'm actually sitting at a normal height. It's just that I look like a giraffe. I'm just back there, just all arms and legs, and and I do a lot of moving too. So
yeah,
you
do, and so because of the arm length and the leg length, it does kind of look like Animal from the Muppets or something. Just you're all over the place, but very controlled, unlike Animal.
That probably came from from the being taught almost abusively of the difference of right and wrong from my dad. And then all his friends, and then also from the structure of school. I mean, you learn things like dynamics and
for sure,
and touch and timbre and tempo, and those things are super important. A drummer is not supposed to just sit back there and beat the lights out of stuff.
Correct.
A drummer needs to basically be able to hear everything that's going on and hold everybody in a nice spot. And keep the train on the track.
Yeah. In fact, I think it was the drummer for Aerosmith in an interview one time that put it, in my opinion, very perfectly. It was like he said something to the effect of he was the pit stop in the race or the gas station, if you will, while the other band members are the stock cars or the race cars going around everywhere. But anytime that they needed, to stop off at the pit or fill up with gas, that's when you make that eye connection with you, and it's like immediately there's just this synchronicity that happens instantly through just eyes, without having to say a word. And I feel like that's also kind of a job of a drummer that's unspoken about, is you're the reins of the whole thing. If people are getting too fast or too far out, or if a singer misses a verse, like it's kind of up to you to bring it back and, okay, here's where we are, kind of thing.
I like directing traffic.
Yeah.
I like directing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the analogy that, man, I can't think of his name, the drummer for Aerosmith.
Aerosmith's drummer.
Yeah, there you go. That's kind of the same sort of thing that he was saying, is he was the director of traffic. So
I find myself doing that. And what's really beautiful is when you have guys in the group that can take direction, or that actually give you direction.
That are open
because
to it.
I'm not always the leader. I love it when other people are like, we're going to go here, we're going to do this, we're going to move to this, we're going to do that. Yeah, you betcha. But like you said, whenever the cars are getting tired or you need to change tires or fill up on gas, then I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you all night long.
there you go. Josh Poole from Springfield says, no sugar-free candy for your guest. What kind of show are you running over here,
That's
Jared?
a wise man. Wise man.
Al Hutches immediately chimes in and says, he has turnips for you.
Okay.
Okay. Rodney Mullen says, Papa Green Shoes are just great to listen to. Seen them at the Riff many times and have never been disappointed in their sets. Absolutely. You guys have a very eclectic set. Speaking of eclectic sets and Identity Crisis, talk to me about that. What, like, has the style or the set list of the span of your musical life, Jody, has that changed quite a bit, or do you still play a lot of the songs that you played, say, 20 years ago?
Try not to.
Okay.
Try not to. When you first start playing music, unfortunately, it's the same songs. Your, Brown Eyed Girls and Sweet Home Alabamas and the blah, blah, and all the Mustang Sallies. You hear all that.
Sure.
This pop, and then, so Stoney, my dad and I, we had the Cottengim band. That was pretty much original, but we'd do a lot of soul things, a lot of funk things.
Okay.
And then we spent years in that Tripwire band, and the Tripwire band was just a blues band. It was just the same 3 or 4 or 5 different blues licks, because there's only so many things you can do in a blues genre.
For sure. But that's what makes blues interesting to people, is how do you manipulate those few things?
Exactly. That's the same thing as from death metal to bluegrass, it's all got their spot.
Yep.
Now, in the Papa Green Shoes group, that's one of the things we want to do. We want to have that variety. And so having keys, sax, bass, 4 vocalists, drums, guitar, harmonica, we have the chance to manipulate sounds all the time.
Right.
We're kind of doing what we want to do, which is almost selfish, but it's fun because we come to the plate saying, hey, I want to try this one, or I want to try that one. And we do want to mix it up. There's nights where we've came in and done an entire acoustic show, or there's nights we come in and we switch instruments, or there's nights we come in and really just kind of theme it on all dance stuff, or we come in and do more melodic songs that are more listening type songs.
Yeah.
And we try to keep it fresh because, when you're playing somewhere every single week, you got to change it up. So we probably know, a couple, 200-300 songs, and we probably get to play.
Good Lord.
And we probably get to play, about 20, 25 of them a night. Just depends on how the night goes.
Sure. No, and I will take the stance that I don't think it's selfish to want to do what you want to do. And my stance on that actually has changed over time, because my previous 80s cover band, Sunset Strip, we kind of chased the dragon, if you will, where it was like we started out kind of the synopsis of our band was, we're not going to do the number 1 songs, we're going to do the number 2 songs.
Right.
So we're not going to be doing Back in Black, we'll do Whole Lot of Rosie.
Yes,
that kind of thing.
Yes.
And that was for us, and we really liked that. And then it was like, man, we've got people on the dance floor. How do we get more people on the dance floor? Well, they want to hear Pour Some Sugar on Me, and people will come. And they want to hear Once Bitten Twice Shy. People will come. And after a while, I'm like, God, I'm so tired of these dang songs, So I feel like by doing that, like, I'm sacrificing a little bit. I'm still having fun, but I'm sacrificing like my full sense of total satisfaction for the end product of what I'm doing. So I don't think it's bad to try and be selfish, because I feel like that's conveyed across the people watching you. Like, if I feel like you're kind of holding back, or you're not giving like the true colors of Jody, you know,
Right,
then it's almost unfair. So I've really changed my stance on that. I think it is a good thing to kind of be selfish in that. People are paying to come and see you. Do you know?
And that's what we want to do. We don't want to. I mean, I saw an advertisement that said, "Don't be a jukebox," and
Yeah.
that is exactly our thing. People come to watch you play and be entertained by you, and hopefully they walk away thinking, "Wow, that was neat." Whether it's a sax solo or
Yep.
whether it's just some song they hadn't heard in a long time, I really want to do those things. And not get stuck in a rut of playing the same songs. We get there though too. I mean, you'll have a night and the dance floor's hopping and popping, and the last thing you want to do is like bring all that energy back down.
Right.
So you find yourself the next song calling. It ends up being another dance tune or another 4 on the floor or another. We call it driving through Kansas a lot of time when we're just joking around in the bus.
Right.
We can just be driving through Kansas seeing nothing but dancing and dancing and dancing. That's not like doing a song that you may be putting a little more of your spirit into, a little bit more of your soul into.
That's exactly right.
And then touching people in a different way. And I want to, this could sound horrible, but I kind of want to touch everybody every way. I want you to be able to come in.
You want the
laughing.
roller coaster.
I want the roller coaster because
Yes.
I never give less than 100%. I mean, we are given everything we got every single time we give it.
Yeah. And that's a truly unique thing too about two things. First of all, if you have that many songs, you have more tools at your disposal to navigate, where the show is going.
Yep.
And because of that, so I guess what I'm really saying is like I'll draw the same comparison. In my old band, Sunset Strip, we had say maybe 60 songs, 70, something like that. So in a night, we're only going to play like 35. So we had some room, but still we're still shuffling the same, little block. Whereas you're really able to navigate in Papa Green shoes. Like, okay, if people are, if you're paying attention and people are wanting to dance and you notice they're just, kind of going up to the bar anytime something slow happens, you're able to navigate that, or vice versa. And I think that really works to your advantage. So is it hard for you and your band members to remember that? I mean, tell me about how you practice and stuff. How do you remember all those songs?
We don't. We don't. And we don't rehearse very much. I think we practice a lot because we practice at home by ourselves.
Yeah.
And then we rehearse together. And then we
take notes, people. Seriously.
And then we perform when it's time to get paid. And so practicing happens at home. And that's the neat thing is because we can be practicing at home. And I remember this one time Casey came to the table. We were doing a solo thing. And a lot of times we'll do a complete solo thing, like maybe right before a break. Or right after a break, instead of coming right back in from a break and just, throwing a brick through the window.
Right.
We will end up like kind of getting their attention slowly. And Casey comes to the table with a Black Sabbath tune that changes its tune.
Oh, yeah.
But he does it so slow and so eerie and so soulful. It just blew my mind. I'd never heard that version. And that's something that we do in the band is we try to find songs that everyone's heard before that way. But now let's do it this way and see if we can't throw curveballs at people along as, with strikes as well, too, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we love throwing curveballs. Love throwing those.
That's what makes it fun, man, for sure. Holly Lambert says, love Papa Green Shoes. Come back to the riff. Miss you on Thursdays. Love drummers. We lead, we follow as long as we're in the groove. Yep, that's very well put, for sure.
Very good.
And Elkie says that Tripwire is going to Memphis.
Oh, that's a song called Going to Memphis.
Oh, gotcha.
It's a song my dad wrote, and we did Go into Memphis, and we've done it 3 or 4 or 5 different versions as well too. But that's a song Jimmy wrote, my dad.
Very nice. She says that she loves that you guys do such a variety. Yeah, same.
We do. It's fun.
And honestly, it makes it because you guys were one of the times that I was able to work with you guys was I believe it was Get Your Rock Life Back 2. I believe.
Yeah.
And and so that's another thing. That's what I meant to say earlier about having a big set list and being able to navigate through the night. What also opens you up to be able to play with so many different bands. You don't get cornered into, okay, we got to play with other blues bands or we got to play with other, what have you. Like you're able to open yourself up to that.
When Russ comes to a show, Dirty Saint Russ. And
former Dirty Saint Russ.
You're right. Superstar Russ.
Right.
He's like, you're no blues band. You guys are a rock and roll band. And it probably was because they were in the house and we kind of like geared our medicine a little bit more rock and roll. And then he's like, well, could you, and he gave us the opportunity to come in and do that show with a bunch of rock and rollers. And we just did. We just took
You guys fit.
We just took our rock and roll songs and we just smashed them.
Yes.
And got on and got off and see you later.
Yep. No, and it was a great set for sure. And I didn't think that you guys stood out like a sore thumb. Like, why are these guys mixed with them? Like, it showed that you guys are versatile enough to be able to be the square peg that fits in the round hole.
It is fun, man. It is so much fun. But, as a kid drummer growing up, I had the rock and roll bands. I grew up in the 80s. It was all hair and makeup and, those albums that everybody's playing now, they were coming out when I was a kid. So to do that, and then, of course, we had our spill on doing punk bands, just the whole, punk scene was interesting to me. And then the death metal scene. We had a death metal group when, like, a Public Assassin was first coming out. We had a group that toured, not toured, but we played with them all the time in town called Full Contact. And
are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. We had a full-blown, all-original band called Full Contact, and it was nothing but mosh. And my mom named it because I took her to this show that that we're having these shows, those underground shows, and it was actually on Commercial Street where the cop shop is now. Okay. But it's multi-level building, and we'd go upstairs and rent it out, and we'd have these death metal shows and these punk shows. And my mom shows up, and she's in the back row, and I'm next to her, and she probably doesn't feel real safe, but she looks at me and she goes, "That's a full contact sport." And I was like, "Mom, you just named the band." There you go. So we became Full Contact. That was he's dead now, but Jeff Arbuckle was our guitar player, and we called him the Guitar Buckle. Joe Morton, because he actually wasn't with the Assassin at the time. Eric Gunner was our singer, and then I played the drums, and it was fun to just sit back there and smash and thrash. And
dude, I'm literally blown away. I didn't realize that was part of your background or your makeup. Like,
yeah, we did all that. I've played everything from death metal to polka. I've played everything.
That is, so I don't know. Did your lines ever cross with Kelly Bowman back in those days? And I'm not sure the time frame may be off, but he was in a goth metal band, and obviously the drummer for the Dirty Saints. And same thing. I was like, you what? You with who? Right. Wow. Yeah. I love that you're open to that.
Oh yeah. Well,
would you ever be in a King's X tribute band?
Only if Joshua was going to be in it. And I'll attack it. I'll be like, his name's Joshua, not Josh.
It's Joshua.
Right. Okay? Joshua.
And don't give him no short jokes because I've got the other end. I'll take the tall
dude,
end.
You're gonna have to get a picture
he
of
takes the bottom end. We both like red Pop-Tarts. Just keep them coming. Mm-hmm. And now I remember. Here's how old I am. I remember King's X packing the Bombay Bicycle Club on the south side of town, so full, out the parking lot, both sides, east side, west side, south side, coming all the way to the north side to where they were almost standing in the middle of Battlefield Street.
No kidding.
That King's X group was a very trend-setting group. And I bet you there's a whole lot of truth to what Josh is talking about.
Preach.
There's been a lot of bands, but that's the unfortunate thing. See, you come up with an original concept, an original idea, an original sound. It doesn't matter who hits it. It's all been done before.
Yes.
You just got to go out, do it, have fun doing it, and give it 1,000% every time, or stay at home.
Right. Yes. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that King's X was good, Joshua.
They were
good.
Mm-hmm. So I've got before we really get things going here. You said you're a child of the 80s, correct?
Yeah, I was born in '70, so I went to school all through the 80s.
Okay, so we're obviously doing TV theme songs here today. Are there any shows that really stand out to you, like from your childhood, whether they had lyrics or not? I know we're doing an instrumental thing today, but was that a big thing for you?
The Electric Company, Sesame Street.
Nice.
Bob Ross painting on TV. All the marathons. But see, like when I was in TV, there's like 4 channels. There's 4 channels. And it was black and white, and you got up and changed the channel. And we didn't do a whole lot of TV watching. I probably watched a lot of TV in the morning time and the very, very at late night time.
Gotcha.
And so daytime television, not so much. We slept in the daytime. We slept all the time in the daytime. We were up all night long.
Huh. Wow. Yeah. Let's see here. Cindy Lucas, how's it going? She says PGS plays a great range of songs. It's a full-time dance party and great musicianship. That's the thing that I noticed too. Like whenever I asked about how do you guys practice and that kind of thing, and you're like, we don't. What you said about practicing at home shows through. It's not like the train may get derailed, but nobody knows it. because you guys are your musicianship is at a level that you're able to catch each other without missing a step.
If it wasn't for things like media and YouTube and being able to have the tools needed to practice at home, we would have to have rehearsals all the time.
True, and you're right.
But what we do now, it's like, hey, we usually try not to do more than 2 songs a guy. So there's like 8 tunes, and we'll throw, here's my 2, here's Dean's 2, here's Casey's 2, Stoney's 2. We throw those all in a bowl. It's your job to learn them. And then once we learn them, we will come here because we'd play every Thursday, and we'd show up maybe 30 minutes or an hour early, and then we'd run through them. And if you've done your job, then kind of like what you were talking about earlier, the first version of everything is never as good as the polished, finalized version.
Correct.
And so we'd start a song, and here we're going to do it like that. Well, maybe a month later, it's a little different. It's a little different. Maybe we've added this or taken away that, or maybe changed the tempo completely, or maybe we got rid of it. Because if we bring 8 songs to the table, truth is probably 4 to 6 of them stick.
And that's what I was going to say. Like, I kind of want to spend just a touch more time on that and peel the layers back, because even for my own band, like, we do the same kind of thing, like throw it in a hat kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But how genuine is that for you? Like, is it Jody gets 2 picks and it doesn't matter what it is, everybody's on board with playing it? Or is there somebody that's like, I don't think people are gonna get that, or they're gonna move to that, or I think that's gonna be a flop of a song. I don't know vocally if I can sing it, that kind of thing. Or is it like you've got carte blanche and whatever Jody picks is what we're playing and try it out?
It's not quite so that rigid, but 99% of the time we play. Nobody's throwing songs out unless somebody says, no, I don't want to play that song. And anyone in our group that says no, we respect the no. If you don't want to do it, let's not do it. Big deal. We do that on a nightly basis. Out of all those songs that we may have on a list, because we don't make up set lists either.
You kind of call them on the fly.
Every time on the fly. Here you go. Bam, bam, bam.
Yep.
So at maybe during the night, if we call one, and I'm real bad about it. I'm calling songs while we're playing the songs. I'm building this show as we go all the time. So I might look left and look right and then get attention, and like you're saying, kind of communicating just through eyes.
Yep.
And then we read lips as well too. So if the next one's, going to Memphis, okay, cool. And then you see it. And as long as like 2 out of 4 get it, the other 2 jump on the bus. But if they're brand new songs, we kind of all have the same mentality of what we want to do. We kind of know what flavor our food is. We know what we're going to give.
Right. You're not going to throw in a death metal song for Papa Green Shoes. That's unobvious. It's not going to.
Wouldn't that be great, though?
Unless it had,
right.
We would. As long as it had some purpose. I think that breaking things in half and playing that blast beat stuff in the middle of something else is just enough. Anytime you can make jaws drop and people turn their heads and cry, then I think we've done well.
Absolutely.
But there's, there have been times where that's what kills songs is, like say I'll think I want to do this song, and then we bring it to the table, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, I can't sing this song. This song's not even close. And we can change keys of the tune.
Sure.
But then again, if you can't use your voice inflection and you can't have your tonality, and
if there's a lot of vocal fry and you can't, if
it doesn't fit, or if it's not coming out smooth, why force it? So so we pitch it. And
will you shop that around in your band? Like if you throw a song and you're like, here, I can sing this song, and then you come to the table with it and you're like, actually, I could play that song, but I don't sing it as well as I thought I could. Do you pass that around and say, here, Dan, you try singing this or something before you totally toss it?
Yeah. Or you maybe just chop it all the way up, and like you take the first verse, Joshua takes the second, I got the third.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We'll do it like that, and then we'll gang vocal the end or gang vocal the chorus.
Yep.
We manipulate music a lot. We do. We try to manipulate it.
Which honestly should be the name of the game. It should be about making it your own and not painting by numbers. So see what I did there? Let's see here. I want to go up to here. Al Hutches says, about 25 years ago, I either sold booze to one of you at Dylan's on Sunshine, or someone always spoke well of the band. I believe he's probably talking about you or Stoney.
I would agree with all that. We probably did that. Yes, we probably did that. I was 6'9" at 17 years old, so I was doing the wrong thing early. I really was.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Holly says, Electric Company, Zoom, we learned music. Bombay Bicycle Club, good times. Coley's Pub with Diamond Jim every night of the week. Regency, Facade Vodka, a night, or EDM and techno. We all lived in some good times with good people. Yeah. And see, that's the thing too. With as long as you've played in the area, talk to me about how the music scene in general has changed, or has it? Do you see any change between now and like 20 years ago?
I see that more people are playing.
Okay.
I see that there's more clubs to play. I see that there's more opportunity to spread the different types of music around. But is there a giant change? Probably not.
No,
probably not. The neatest thing about our area is there is a ridiculous amount of talent that comes from, I'll call it the Ozarks. There are, I mean, we joke around about the King's X or whatever, but
Sure.
if we were sitting here in laundry listing a bunch of different groups that have came through and done amazing
immediately
things,
we can yeah.
And if it wasn't the group, it was an engineer, or it was a producer, or it was a songwriter, or it was somebody. I mean, some of the biggest things in the whole secular world, some of them came from right around here.
Yeah.
From people from right around here.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
I like the music scene right now. I like the idea that something has kind of changed. If you're looking for change, it didn't used to be that we did early shows, you know, the 6 to 8 show or the 7 to 9 show, and then it flips over and it turns around and does a 10 to 1 or a 9 to 1 on top of that.
But why do you think that has changed? Do you think it's because it's the same people coming to the shows, and now that we've all gotten older, we're like, man, I got to go to bed?
Oh, I think so. I think there's a little bit of all that. I think back in the day, there probably wasn't an opportunity or a venue that people could go early. There just wasn't. I mean, when I was a kid, we had,
it forced you to stay up and playing around it.
You had to, I mean, you have to stay up past 10. Yep. And because you had Ramones in the Townhouse and the Top Rail and just these clubs that had house bands, and they'd do their thing. And then there would be other clubs, but it was always 9 to 1, 9 to 1, 9 to 1. And now you're seeing more things happen outdoors. That's different.
Yeah.
You see more things happen in a daylight time. And I think it probably does generate an older group. I mean, I'm 50 years old, so I know there's a lot of people between 40 and 60 that go out between 6 and 10.
Yeah.
Versus when I was 25 years old, I didn't wake up till 5 o'clock and I didn't go out till 10 o'clock.
Right.
And
well, and it doesn't even
till 6 in the morning.
Yeah. And it doesn't even have to be that extreme. Like right now I'm 37, and when I was 20 something, my batteries, if you will, recharge so much better than what they do now even.
Absolutely.
And I'm not a big partier or anything like that. Never really have been. But and the other thing too is now I've got you know, like with work and stuff, like the job that I just had, I was getting up at like 5 in the morning and had to be at work at 6:30 kind of thing. And so to stay up until 1 or 2 in the morning, I'm like, man, I got to cut out, you know?
We see those, and it's seasonal even too. Seasonal, you know,
True.
That's a big deal around here. We have so many lakes and so much fun around us that sometimes the actual center city actually suffers because some of our population that likes to come out and have a good time, well, they're at one of these lakes, so they're out doing something summertime. Come winter time, it kind of comes in. People get more recluse. We go through the you know, the ups and downs of our local scene. But you know, if you just keep hammering away and keep playing, and
for sure,
what you got,
for sure. Real quick, Holly says, "You have brought tears to my eyes. Music hits deep. The words in the groove, beautiful." And she also says, "No kidding, Jody. We do have amazing people around here. Everyone needs to get out and see the bands or check our music scene." Yeah. I mean, there's so many. So I was just here working on the show last night, as a matter of fact, and a band I'd never even heard of, Geezer, was downstairs playing, and I was like, man, these guys are good. How have I never heard them? Right. And it's like nonstop like that with Springfield. Like, and I've been in the music scene here locally for like 10, 15 years, something like that. So not a long time, but I'm still, I mean, the fact that I've been in over a decade and I'm still hearing new stuff, I'm like, man, this is great. I love that about us.
You know what's super cool is what you guys are doing, what you're doing right now, like with this podcast. Back in the day, we didn't have that. We didn't have the opportunity for somebody to take this interest and build what you've built here. And if people could see what you have here, it's an amazing deal.
Oh, thank you,
you see a little blue brick behind me and
right.
blah, blah, but there is a ton of effort and work that has gone into this. And there are a lot of people in our scene, and I don't want to start name dropping either, but there's people that do podcasts, and there's people that are making this thing happen, and they were doing it before COVID. They were, because of the interest that is in our community, the interest in different types of music, different types of entertainment, whether you're, you know, have a mobile drink company, or you're a death metal group, or you take photos, or you like running the AV side of things behind the scenes. there's so many production companies and people using social media platforms now. It's amazing for guys like me that just like to entertain. I just like to play drums, sing songs, to entertain, make people feel good.
Absolutely. Well, and to go off of what you're saying, it really has. The technology of today has really opened kind of a wormhole, if you will,
You bet.
for people to be able to still have that creative outlet, but it doesn't have to be behind an instrument. Like there's so many other things. And it's all in first of all, what you're passionate about, because if you're not passionate, like you're not going to put all the work into everything, like of what it actually takes. And it's just one of those things that I'm all for people trying to get behind something that makes them happy and something that gives somebody an escape, that kind of thing. And so that's really kind of the big purpose for me for doing this, is to showcase some of that. Because first of all, a lot of people will see like yourself on stage, but they don't know Jody like what's Jody like from noon to 5, you know what I mean? Or that kind of thing.
Right.
And so
they don't know the husband, they don't know the dad,
right?
They don't
Because
know the grandfather.
we've almost gone so far in that direction of, oh man, I like this guy on stage. He's so cool. He's so full of energy. Okay, well now let's back the train up. Are you still full of that energy when you crawl out of bed in the morning? You know, like what do you do during the day? That kind of stuff. Like that's that. And I want to just kind of help peel those layers back and show that we're people that are passionate about something that happens to be creative. So
people, because we give so much on the stage, and we do the things we do, from setting ourselves on fire to whispering on purpose.
Right.
People don't realize that. I live in Marshfield, Missouri. I have a house that I like to stay at. I like to garden. I like to swim. I like to be outside. I love my kids. I am such a boring human being as a rule, compared to this, ooh, he's the drummer.
Right. Right.
Well, that's cool. I love to entertain and I love to sing songs, but a lot of people don't realize I'm probably pretty mellow. I'm just a mellow cat.
But that's what I relate to so much, Jody. Honestly, it's just like that coat you're wearing. Like you're able to put it on and here's a little razzle dazzle,
right?
But then you can also take it off and just like, I'm just going to chill and, go down to the pond and fish, or I'm going to, yeah, I totally get that.
24 white down at Truman.
But see, that's relatable to me. And the more, I feel like the more an audience can relate to the person, not just the presentation, the more invested they are and the more they're going to follow you and your music. And if you start a new band, they'll follow that the same way that they follow your current band, that kind of thing. And that's really what I'm trying to shine a light on, is for people to see kind of the magic behind the curtain just a little bit.
You do a phenomenal job at it.
Well, thank you, man.
And thank you for doing it, because what you do is so important. And so thank you very much.
Absolutely. No, it's been a lot of fun. Obviously, yes, it's a lot of work, but I really do enjoy it. I think it's a lot of fun.
Well, good bands are a lot of work, but we have a lot of fun. So like
Absolutely.
you said, just follow your passion.
Yep.
Anyone that's out there listening, whatever you like to do, go do it, and do it with everything you got.
For sure. So I want to go ahead now and I've got a couple clips now. We're ready for the clip part. So go ahead, Jody. I've got 2 smaller clips that kind of showcase a little bit of you. Now, one of them, I've talked about this on the show, and you're going to see why I preach about this. So my only soapbox that I ever choose to get on the show is about videos being taken this way instead of this way.
Oh yeah.
So I've taken that and zoomed it in, so it's a little grainy. But go ahead and tell us about where you're at and the music that's being played and stuff. But there's a special something that people will notice about the video here, and so tell us about this whenever it comes up.
Okay.
Yes, the drike.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the drike. Where did this come from?
Oh, it was actually this. And I always like drum set with a bicycle, actually. So we had some help. A guy named Jay Wood helped me out. And it took about a year to put it together. It took another couple of years to lock it into place. And now it's at home, and I take it to every festival that we can play outside.
That is so cool, man. What was kind of your inspiration for this? Did you see something similar? I've seen
the Insane Clown Posse drummer had a bike that he rode up to a drum set.
Okay.
The ICP guy.
Yep.
And then there was a band called the Cottonmouth Kings back in the day.
Yes.
And he kind of had the same concept. but I wanted to put everything on the drum set. Now what you see is this is like version 1, because I have a vision that puts platforms and remote clutches to play, and then we'll put the bass drum on the back, and that would be like a second phase thing that I have in mind. And
Right.
the third thing would be to go ahead and make it all wireless and triggered and electronic and still mobile. So then at that point I need marine batteries and more space and wiring and what have you. But step 1 was to build this drike and to be able to drive it off of stage when I need to. And we did.
Wow.
That's at the shuffle. Man, the shuffle stage is a good stage too.
It is. The thing that I love the most about the Drike is the fact that it's so long, and it's like we're finally able to see Jody sit in something that fits him.
Well, I built it to fit. We built it to fit. So we had to smash it down low, like the guy was saying, because I like to sit low.
Right.
And we had to rake it out, so make it longer. And I think it's like 8 foot long right now. And then we stretched it, we dropped it, and then widened it on the back end, so that way I can still keep moving and bouncing and grooving. And
is it hard to transport, being as big as it is?
No,
Just ride it to the gigs, right?
well, yeah, I've done it. I've done it. I've rode it into the Route 66 festivals. I always ride it in because parking's a drag. So then I just park it and I get it out of the truck, and then I just ride it to the back of the stage. Most fun I ever had was we did the Kenny Wayne Shepherd show with the Gilloys. We opened up for them, and when we were leaving, I mean, the headline crew, they're just amazing, and we've worked with them before. So the set's over, and transition has to be fast, especially when you're in that kind of setting.
Yes.
And so here comes the guys, and they're stripping all the microphones off of my kit, and they look at us like, "What are we gonna do?" And I just said, "Get out of the way." And as soon as it got out of the way, I literally pulled the pin out of the front, which locks in the forks and everything, because I got to have everything locked into place.
Sure.
So I unlocked the whole bike and literally take like 2 cranks, and I went to the right, and then that back door there, right, with the big ramps on it that runs into Olive Street.
Yep.
So I literally ride the thing completely packed out of the stage.
Holy cow, man.
down the ramps. So now I'm picking up speed. But I hung a quick left into that alley, into my truck. I had my whole kit loaded in like 3 minutes.
That is nuts.
Walk back in, help the guys load their stuff up, and get on out.
Which, if for those of you who aren't musicians, that is like some mind-blowing stuff, because the drummers are always the last ones to finish, because they've got the most stuff to put in cases and tote around and trips to make to the vehicle.
It's true. Yeah. And
wow.
This one's all just, this whole thing rolls. So we just roll it in, roll it out, strap it down, boogie.
Wow. Crazy.
Fun.
I noticed too, Elkie says, can't hear you guys over the music video playing. Yeah, sorry, I made the adjustment for us here in the studio and forgot to do it for you guys at home. So I did go ahead and do that. Al
He didn't
says,
say anything important, did you?
No, I was going to say, we were just talking about King's X.
That's right. Yeah.
I was going to say Pop-Tarts, but I like King's X better
Well,
in that sense.
we were talking good about King's X.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Kim says, love how you're dressed to perform. Yes, for sure. I've talked about that recently on an episode, and to me, it does make a difference. If you want to stand out from the crowd, don't look like you belong in the crowd.
Well, true. I mean, you either need to look better than everybody or different than everybody, but you sure don't want to look like everybody, because you are being paid to entertain people, and you are trying to build something. And, it's a pet peeve I have, and I've tried so hard in my old age not to be real judgmental, but when I see flip-flops and shorts, I kind of already judge what level we're at.
Yep.
And even if
without a
it's
note being played,
if it's 110 degrees in August with no canopy,
Mhm.
I don't care. Go up there and do your thing and put
Yep.
your thing on and get it done. And then you can sweat your brains out and go change clothes when you get done.
you feel like you've done something when you're dreamt.
Mhm.
I'm not talking like heat exhaustion and pass out and like be miserable, but most like that was
Well,
a
that
thing.
happens too. That happens too sometimes because, there does come a time where we got to at least try to wear white, instead of 3 layers worth of cloth,
Yeah.
But, I believe in dress. I believe in dress. BB King said one time, you got to dress like you're going to the bank to borrow money. And okay. I'm like, right on, baby. Right on, baby.
Yeah.
And my dad always had a thing against shorts and flip flops and that kind of thing. And,
It's just
and
not professional.
I'm not opposed to it.
I'm not opposed to it
if I
at noon by the pond.
Well, and there's a time and a place for everything. If I go to a BSO jam picnic on a Sunday, one time a month, and everybody's out there doing their thing, yeah, you're going to see me in shorts and a t-shirt and maybe barefoot even.
Sure.
But if we are like being paid to perform, and I am representing a business called Papa Green Shoes or Tripwire or the Cottengim Band or your business, because you've asked me to come play drums for you, I'm going to do my best to sell it all the way through.
Yep, for sure. Let's see here. I think Josh is getting stalked by somebody with the same last name. Josh, who is this?
That's my brother.
Hey, there you go. He says that he's seen every band you've been in except for one. So,
well, we haven't performed with the new band, so it's probably the one he's talking about.
Ah, there you go. Elke asked a question. Jody, has the band pay changed through the years?
That's a great question. What we've learned recently with Papa Green Shoes is you get what you ask for. So you can
determine your own worth is what you're kind of saying.
Yeah. And that's a fine line to play, because I am a home team guy. I love my city. I love my clubs. I love the things. I realize people have different financial, things they have to stay in between.
Yep.
But if you ask for it, a lot of times it'll come. Now, we put all this time and effort into making Papa Green Shoes, hopefully one of the better bands you'll ever see in your life.
Right.
So if you ask me, if you have a Route 66 festival or a Salina Music Festival or a Memphis Festival, or if you're playing somewhere big, you don't have to go in there for $400. You can go in there for $4,000 every hour.
Right. Yes.
And the more research you do about what other people are asking for, it'll almost hurt your feelings, because you're thinking, that group got paid $2,400 and my group got paid $4.
Right.
Well, don't be mad.
Yep.
Go ask for 24.
Exactly. That's
and then
exactly right.
If you don't get it, fine.
Right.
But when you get it and you get treated exactly the same way that you would have been, exactly the same way, because nobody's trying to say that you're worse than somebody else. But when a booking guy says, hey, I love your band, could you do this on, this date, blah, 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 what would it cost? You don't have to get super excited and to think, wow, this is the first festival I've ever had in my life, or I've never been able to play the fairgrounds, or I've never been asked to this car thing.
Right, or this new venue, or what have you.
So I'll do it for free.
Right, just to say that you've done it. And I've seen local bands here, without naming names, do that, where we haven't played at this place, but we'll do it, no charge, just because we want to say we've played there. I'm like,
and getting recognition is fine. It's good to get recognition, but once you've had your recognition, there's no need to keep hitting yourself in the head with a hammer. Just go ahead and ask for it, and you'll get it. You'll get it. I mean, this COVID thing.
But you got to be worth it, though.
True. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Right.
You got to be.
And that's the thing. You can get it once, but then it's exactly what I talked about a few weeks ago when Amy Oberbeck was on from Just One More. It's about establishing a relationship. So yeah, you can do that, but if you're not worth it and you're like legit scamming them with, and maybe you're not even cognizant of it because you think you're the greatest thing ever. Then you're going to get $4,000 once.
Well, and that'll happen. And we've seen it happen. We've been on bills with bands that, you see them, because you always seem to see the band before you and after you at least. Right. So, and then all of a sudden we see this group and they can't start on time. Well, that's a big deal to an event coordinator.
100%.
And then all of a sudden they're playing the tracks and their tracks don't work. Okay. I don't care if you play the tracks or if you have a little backup thing, but let's make sure everything's working.
Yep.
This isn't the place to have rehearsal. This is the place to perform.
Yep.
And those groups don't get asked back. And
exactly.
It's a real cool feeling to ask for what you're worth, perform, and then get asked back next year.
Exactly.
That is cool.
That's fulfilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
then if you sell a bunch of merchandise in the meantime,
right,
then you can,
then you don't have to hitchhike home. You can actually put, gas in your tank.
Buy more candy.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so I think I've adjusted the sound correctly. Now I've got one more little clip, Jody, and this I found so interesting.
Right.
And please tell me what this was used for and when this happened and all this. But this is gold, man. I love this more than you'll ever know.
Oh, I know exactly what this is. This is a COVID deal. So in the middle of COVID, I'm not real techie. Like everything you have surrounded right now by me, I just feel really intimidated by. But I went to my daughter, my youngest daughter, Bailey, and I said, hey, get your little eye thing out, get your little phone thing out, and let's go down to the pond. This is my house. This is my pond. There's the pool. There's the house. I live on this little stretch of land here in Marshfield.
Okay.
And so I thought the guys were putting together.
Look at this. No sticks. Not needed.
And that's that little nothing kit. That's the first kit I built. But anyway, so I say these boys in the band are putting together these videos, you know, and just little playing. And Casey's a wizard with all that stuff. And, and I thought, all right, fine. I'm going to go get Little Nothing. I'm going to stick it in the John boat, and then we're going to get in the middle of the pond, and then I'm going to have you sit in the front of the boat, and I'm going to play and sing a song, and we'll do this for about a minute, and then we'll see what happens. And we literally just walked out of the house, walked down, carried the drum set to the boat, stuck it in the boat. It actually fit perfect. Bailey sat in front of me, and she had no idea what we were doing. So at the front of that, where you see it's all like real fast and all that.
Yep.
Well, when we got done, we walked back to the garage, and I'm like, well, let me see that. So I'm peeking over her shoulder, and she's going, well, hold on. And she hit like the fast forward button to get it to what she thought I wanted to see. And I was like, what'd you just do? And she was like, oh, Dad, that's just blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, no, you need to do that again. Leave that in there, because all that chipmunk stuff is really cool.
It adds.
And then go ahead and do that. And then at the end of that video, actually, she did this warped out matrix slow down thing.
Right.
And, but that was just trying to find some more entertainment in the middle of this COVID business, so we could put it out there on our Papa Green Shoes site and just kind of stay connected with the people, because we haven't really played since March, and we're trying to stay connected with people as much as possible.
For sure. And I think this is a very creative way to do so. And like you were saying too, you know, like Casey being really good at doing this kind of thing. And some, you know, there was another a guy that was like on the porch playing guitar, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like the absolute stripped downness of this, like literally just a dude playing drums in a boat.
Yeah.
Who's ever heard of this?
Well, I just
First of all, my logistics question is this like just strapped down with straps or something? Or
no,
it's just sitting there?
It's just sitting there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just sitting there.
Now I'm rewatching this because I want to talk. You mentioned about dynamics. You could sitting in the middle of a pond on a boat, and you've got dynamics.
Yeah.
With just your fingers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's all about touch. I think playing drums is all about touch. You have to have the right touch. You have to have the right attack. They call timbre, you know, and the tone. There's a difference between tune and tone. And, you know, musicians that play instruments, they need to stay in tune. I focus on a lot of tone.
Right here.
Yeah.
And you're back down.
Yeah.
Like
up and down like old people. It's
with grunts.
Yeah. And little James Brown action in there if you can. But no, that's that goes, you know, being the up and down of dynamics and kind of doing those things the way you like that. That's because of my dad, and that's because of living around the old dudes and them telling you
for sure that it matters.
You know, son, stop that. You know, stop that now. Don't do that. Oh, you only get one lick. You know, that was another thing. That was an easy way to tell me to shut up, was you get one lick per tune. If I hear you play more than one lick per tune, you've played too much.
Yep.
And that was when I was little. Now I realize the more I can listen, I have to be able to hear everything. And I don't mean like I need it in my monitor, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
No, I mean, if Josh and I are in a rhythm section and all of a sudden he's playing the bass, and if he's then I'm going to just be in it like, bang,
right.
But if he's all of a sudden,
right, you have to match each other.
Well, then I'm going to get real saucy. I feel like music and drums and rhythm is the same thing as water. It needs to move, and it needs to move
together,
fluently, all at once. And one little drop in the water makes those waves go. I mean, we've all seen the inspirational posters and what have you.
Yep.
But it's so true that one little ripple can make the difference between something and not something, and especially in music.
Yeah.
So, you know, dynamics are huge. You know, I'll tell you something that's kind of funny about dynamics and what have you, or tricks of the trade. Here's a tricks of the trade.
Okay.
We'll be at a club and no one's paying attention. You know what a stinger ending is? Where you just go stinger. You're like, pow.
Gotcha. Yep.
Okay.
Just a cold stop.
Whap.
Yep.
That will get applause. You can do the exact same song and go, bum, 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 and they just sit there like they're dead.
Yep. There's psychology to that.
Yes, there is. So we sit there and go, okay, every song we're going to play tonight at this one place. This was back in the Trip Bar Band. But it's like every song, stinger ending, stinger ending, stinger ending. And it's just, it's psychology. All of a sudden people are like, oh, it's over. They don't care. They weren't listening.
Right.
But
yes, it didn't register.
But it's a way for us to kind of like have a good time. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, here we go. Play another tune. If we give them a blended out, decrescendoing ending, they don't care. You hit them in the face with a big stinger. Oh, clap, clap. And it's just lots of little things like
that. Yeah, and that's true. It's very true. Josh, I've got some video finally of you.
Finally.
At the right time.
All right.
Hopefully. We'll see. So same thing. Tell me, let's get to know Josh Poole.
All right.
We're going to get to know you on stage here
right.
with this little, not that one. There you go. So
Hey.
here's, now this, if I'm not mistaken, is this downstairs before it was the Riff, when it was the club?
Yes. Yeah. This was when it was the club. Mm-hmm.
Very cool. So I don't know that, I can't remember what video I selected actually. You guys had a few videos on the old book. And I tried to find one that had good lighting. Some of them are kind of dark, but I found one that had some good lighting and stuff to really show you off and your stage moves. And but here's the thing, I'm like serious about that because it's so refreshing to see somebody that's actually into the music and not standing there like Jody said, and like the Sunset Productions thing. Don't be a jukebox. Don't just stand there. And you get into it, and that conveys to the audience. And that's kind of what you were saying with kind of having that entertainment background, like that's always a present thing for you. So talk through this, whatever.
Okay.
Tell us about this.
What we got?
Where's this at? Is this 320s?
It may be 320. No, this 320s wasn't around when we did this.
Okay.
Cartoons?
Maybe Crave or yeah, I think it may be Crave. Yeah, I think those lights are in the back.
Here comes your big spot.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I've always moved, even when I started playing in church. I was never one who would just stand and not do anything. I just can't do that. Even when I'm standing at home and talking to somebody, I'll be moving back and forth, and it's killing me to sit as perfectly still as I am today.
Right.
Because I'm just walking around.
For sure.
But I enjoy music so much. I don't see how anyone can just stay put.
That's how I am. It boggles my mind that people, like, it takes so much more focus to stand still, I feel like, than, Yeah,
I feel the music in my body, and like if the drummer's on, I'm just grooving along, and that helps me keep time. It makes me connect with the music, and you got to respect your audience. No one wants to see someone just standing there not looking like they're enjoying their show. So
now on this song, I noticed too, it feels like the tempo is slower, but the thing that's nice about that is the groove shows through more.
Yeah,
and I would have never put that with that song.
But you know what? This is probably close to the actual time.
True.
Most times, bands when they're playing live have a tendency to rush up about 10 dB.
Guilty.
And a lot of that is because the faster the 10 dB, the beats per minute is at, you'll get more dancers if it's a lot faster.
The more a beat,
But you lose a lot of the feel, especially in songs like this when there's blazing guitar solos. Your guitars really can't handle it too much faster, especially on that type of music.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this is Crave, and those are some great guys to play with.
Yeah, for sure, man. That was really cool. You're a fun. Both of you guys, honestly, are very fun to watch. If you've never seen either of the bands that you guys are in, all 64 of them combined, and that's 63 of which are Josh.
Yeah.
You guys are entertaining. So if you have not seen Papa Green Shoes or Chaos Theory, or obviously nobody's seen Identity Crisis, by all means, go out and check them out.
And that's going to be a great show because I will bring that movement. And then I don't know if you guys have seen Erin live, but she is an entertainer. She really is. And this is really kind of her mind child. It's something that she's wanted to do. We have input in songs, but the first set, like 60 songs that she gave us to learn, were her choices. So it is very much her, as she has said, the soundtrack to her life. So so she is going to be in it, and it's going to be entertaining. So we are really, really excited to play it.
No, that'll be good. And it's one of those things too. I feel a lot of people kind of hold back, and I feel like when you're on stage, that should be the time that you're doing exactly what you're doing by yourself in the bedroom,
Absolutely.
like in front of the mirror with the hairbrush and the whatever. Just let it all loose, let it all out. That's
You have to be so reserved in the rest of your life. I can't do those type of things while I'm at work in the office, so might as well do it on stage. So
yes,
yeah,
yep, for sure. Let's see here. I've got. Let me see what we've got next here.
you got next
Because we've got some TV stuff to talk about, man. I'm excited to get to this. So let's do that. I tell you what, let's go ahead and take us one quick little break here, and we're gonna get into this Tournament of Champions. I'm excited about this. I've been this whole week I've been like super stoked because it's like I have a master list, and full disclosure, there's like 54, 55 songs in this, and we've taken 16 out of there before we went live tonight, so that the graphics department can get that all in the brackets and stuff. And you guys this is like insane matchups. This is we're either gonna be taking the stairs or the window for our exit today, and we might have people running and toss us one way or the other. Yeah. But we've got some good stuff. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and take a break and come back, and we'll show off the brackets and get it going.
And Elkie, we're gonna need that pick and drumstick back because we haven't been playing and we're hurting for fun. So
right, yeah. Yes. Good stuff. All right, stick around, kids. This week at Just One More, check out Jesse Kramer both Friday and Saturday night from America's Got Talent. All right, so we are back. We're ready to get things kicked off here in just a minute. The boys, oops, that's the wrong thing. That's still the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. So the boys stepped out for just a second to have a little cigarette break because all the stress of all this big time show stuff. Now it's all good. So we are going to go ahead and when they get back, reveal the brackets for the third edition of the Tournament of Champions. Now, for those of you who watched the first Tournament of Champions, which was actually the second one for TV theme songs, was theme songs that included lyrics. And there were so many theme songs as I was making that list that came up that didn't have lyrics. And I'm like, man, we should do a whole separate thing for those. And so that's what we're doing. And the way that I kind of was able to separate this was some songs will, maybe have like a little spoken, some blurb, if you will, before the music starts kind of thing. So I've decided like, we'll make the cutoff more than 3 words. So if it has more than 3 words, it would have been included in the last edition with lyrics. And for this one, if it's got like ready, set, go, and then nothing but music, then it will qualify for an instrumental theme song. So that's kind of what we're doing today. Real quick before we get going on that though, let's see here. Elkie says the lights give away this for being Crave. So sad that it's gone and leveled. Yeah, that fire. I hate that happened to Crave and the people not only that owned it but worked there. Matt Baker comes to mind that ran sound there, and all the bar staff and kitchen staff and all that. I hate that, but at the same time, so many venues are having to navigate through COVID and stuff. It's hard for everybody right now. So as sad as it is that happened to Crave, please remember that at the same time, and remember that it's important to support not only local bands but local businesses. Because even though Crave was taken out by fire, there's a lot more that still stand in the wake of COVID and stand the chance of possibly being having to close their doors. If income isn't coming in, they can't just stay open and wait. So now's the time to act. If you're able to shop local, challenge yourself to shop local just once a week at least, whether it's for your groceries, whether it's for a tool, whether it's for whatever. Try to challenge yourself at least once a week to help support a local business if you can, and that'll help ensure, or at least you could feel like you've done your part in helping keep some of these businesses open, so that they're able to keep giving back to us the way that they have over the years. So let's see here. As the guys get back and settled in here, Elkie says, she's got the pick from Chaos Theory and drumsticks from Jody. Yes. So
Gonna need those back, Elkie.
Holly asks, when are you playing? So I'll let both of you guys answer that. Jody, do you know when you're playing next?
I don't.
Okay.
No. It may be after a proven vaccine has came to the planet.
Yeah.
And Joshua and I were kind of just talking, and I do a lot of playing in a church house on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
But as far as out here at the club or at the honky tonk or in the festivals, I'm kind of just hoping and praying that next year, by festival season, this chaos that we're in the middle of will be over.
Hey,
Yeah.
chaos.
And that's my theory anyway.
That's
How tall are you?
Me.
No.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. So look
How's
at
the
how,
weather up there? It's raining. Oh well.
yeah. So you guys missed out. I did get on another little soapbox because I think it was right up here. Elkie was talking about Crave, since your video was there.
Mhm.
And she said that it was sad that it was gone and leveled. And I made kind of the correlation that even though Crave isn't with us because of a fire, there's many more businesses that stand the same outcome because of COVID.
Yeah.
And so I was preaching, if you will, about how it's important to shop local. And I put out the challenge that challenge yourself to just once a week support something local. So if you need a set of screws, go buy from a local hardware store, or if you need groceries, go to a farmer's market, that kind of thing, at least once a week. And that way you can at least feel like you've done your part, versus like sitting at home and then you read in the paper, oh, such and such is closed, and you're like, oh, that sucks, I love this place. Well, if you loved it, why weren't you supporting it through the hardest time of them being open? So that was a little soapbox sidestep that I got on. But we are here now to talk about TV theme songs with no instruments. And before I do this, Josh, first of all,
Yes, sir.
where are we at?
I don't know. Why are we clapping?
Because you came so prepared, and I love it.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I holed up in my house with my Unabomber hoodie and glasses and took a note from Jared. And
Oh, sure.
made five pages of notes, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's my notes. Here's the bracket. That's all I've got. So,
That's all I brought. Just candy.
Yeah.
no, I'm liking it. Speaking of liking it, how did you like those Skittles? Mixed Skittles.
They're delicious.
There you go.
Mm.
The rest of them are yours.
Okay.
So, Josh, before we totally reveal this bracket here in the
Right.
next couple seconds, you had a really cool story that you messaged me with this week about a friend of yours.
Yes. So when I first got into music in high school, as far as bands, rock bands, the guitarist, a guy named Christopher Lee,
Not the actor.
not the actor, no, he goes by Christopher Allen Lee. He was the guitarist in the first band I was in, and he was an amazing guitarist, just a phenomenon for being 16 and 17. Complicated jazz stuff. His dad was a jazz pianist, so he was amazing. And after high school, he went to Berkeley and studied at Berkeley, and then moved out to California and has become a songwriter and a composer for television shows. So he's done a lot of Disney stuff. He's done a lot of stuff from ABC, but he's got an IMDb page.
And you sent me that, and what's interesting is it
Mhm.
looks like he's like the wheels are on the bus kind of thing. Like his career right now is going crazy. It seems like in the past couple of years, he's gotten a lot more credits to his name.
He has, and I mean, whether he's playing in just like a session player, but like Joe Better Off Ted, he did all the music on that, which Jonna Voles, I don't know if you know who she is, Heather's sister.
Yep.
She was actually on that. So there's a really interesting connection there that she was in that and he did the music for that. But he's an amazing guy. Big fish in a little pond in Arkansas. So
right. Which is like what Jody was saying. There's so many of those.
Yeah. It's amazing. Just it's not a surprise that he's doing as well as he's done. And he's just shout out to Chris. He's done great in his life. So
yeah, no, just at a real quick glance, like some of the things that are on his IMDb page that he's done music for is the First Wives Club, Night Squad, Heathers, the Jim Gaffigan show, or Jim Gaffigan Cinco, is that right?
Cinco.
Yeah,
that's a Mexican word.
There you go.
Yeah. For 5. Yeah.
Ole.
See.
Right.
See, no.
Mortal Kombat Legacy. I mean, there's just so much that he's got under his belt, and these are like within the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
And so I mean, really and truly, that's really cool that. And so he was in your first band.
Yes. My very first band in high school.
Wow. Very cool,
I've been
man.
very blessed to play with a lot of. I've never really played with any crap musicians. Everyone I've ever played with are very good. There's never been a band that I've been in that I was ever embarrassed to be in. So, and we all have those
Spanish.
Yeah, well, they speak Spanish in Mexico, so I stand by it.
Fair. Okay. Well, fellas, I tell you what, the time has come. Let's go ahead and reveal the bracket, and we'll get the show on the road here. Here we go. Okay, so there it is, blank. Woo!
That's a nice bracket.
And there we go. There's what we're up against today. Holy cow. As I look through the list of this at a quick glance, we have got some hard decisions to make, fellas. So I want to go ahead. After the last episode, I wanted to kind of put a little more weight on our votes since we're here. Josh, you've done a lot of homework.
I have.
Jody, you're flying by the seat of your pants, but professionally. So here's what I want to do. There's 3 of us here. I want to double the worth of our votes, just so there's more balance there. I don't know. I don't want all the input that we put into this and the thought to be. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but my vote's worth 2 votes. Yours and Josh's are both worth 2 votes, and that's how we'll do this. So, which is going to also make it important for people to vote as they're watching along. So I guess we'll just go ahead and get started. On this first bracket, we've got the theme song from Batman, the original series of 1966, against the Munsters. Holy cow. We're starting out big, man.
Tough.
Oh, by the way.
It's like one seed's in there. The one seed's playing one seed's in there.
Right. Kim says Tequila Jared would have known Cinco. Yeah, exactly. I've got, there's no tequila in my coffee. So it was lost in translation. Did you guys study for humming to help out? Josh did. Yep. See?
Now, is there a little controversy on the Batman theme because it does have lyrics?
Okay, so while you guys were smoking, I took the opportunity to go ahead and
explain that.
Yeah. Okay. So what I did is, as I was making the last Tournament of Champions for TV theme songs, it occurred to me that yes, there's some songs that'll have what I refer to as a blurb, perhaps at the beginning or something. And as long as that blurb, or as long as the lyrics are 3 words or less, we'll consider it instrumental. So if it's like ready, set, go, and then it goes into an instrumental song for a minute, that's an instrumental. Now with Batman, yes, it could be argued there's controversy there, but the thing is, it's 1 word,
right?
And it's just repeated, and even broken down. Na 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 Batman. So,
and I think its utilization in the song is more instrumental rather than
exactly
to convey a message.
It's
almost like stabbing horns in it,
right? So you're actually not singing words; you're singing the melody. Na 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 na, and that's melody. So therefore, I would say it's more in the music variety or instrumental variety than it is lyrics. So, and
if you have a problem with that, get your own show.
Yeah,
right.
Oh, dang it. See, I see there. Get your own show. There you go. Oh, see, why do I always freak out like that? It's weird.
You're having a seizure, dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I
know how to deal with those.
I need more coffee. Okay, so Josh, I'm gonna probably refer to you first.
Okay.
Since you've got the Unabomber notes.
I do.
Tell us a little bit about both. Kind of set this up for us.
Well,
I could tell you that here's the extent of my homework. Batman was the original series from 1966.
1966. Okay. Well, Batman was actually written by Neil Hefti.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
That's what Google said. And The Munsters was written by Jack Marshall.
Okay.
Okay.
Duly noted. I'm writing this down.
So yeah. So those are the two composers.
Okay.
They both were 60s, so I think they are a good head-to-head.
They really are. Yeah.
They really are. Two totally different styles of music. Batman is camp, and that's what it's supposed to be. And The Munsters is kind of a jazzy little pop guitar thing.
Yeah. Yep. And what's funny is that we've got it against Batman, but the kind of go-to argument would be Munsters or Addams Family. But I kind of like the fact that we've changed that up a little bit because obviously the Addams Family has lyrics to it and Munsters doesn't. So Jody, do you have
I know the Munsters were in black and white. See, I that's the research I did. They're in black and white.
Actually, did you know
some Batman was in hypercolor or something like that?
Yeah, and did you know? And without research, this is just my retarded knowledge. Did you know that the Munsters actually started out not in black and white? They did the pilot in color and decided to kind of take a step back just for the feel of the show. They wanted to have control of the feel and that kind of thing.
I've never seen a color Munsters. No.
Really?
No.
Yep.
No. That's you taught me something.
Yeah, throw it up on YouTube and put Munsters pilot episode, and it's all in color. But what's weird, and because obviously we're used to seeing it in black and white, and this might have been a part of their decision, the makeup color is weird. I don't know if it was just technology with the cameras and stuff wasn't up to snuff, but like Grandpa's, like what you would imagine, like just regular old skin or whatever, is like this weird green, almost kind of like this color behind me, but a little more green in it. And it's like, it's just a weird, it doesn't set right. Something's weird about it. The same with Lord, I just forgot her name, Herman's wife.
I can't remember Herman's wife's name. The Elvira chick.
Yeah, that girl. Anyway, and I almost had the actress's name. I can't think of anything today. Anyway, same thing. Hers was kind of a bluish kind of color, and it was like, well, that's kind of weird. But you put it in black and white, and it's like accepted easily. So it's just kind of a weird tidbit. That means nothing about the music. Go ahead, Jody. I'll let you go ahead and vote first. Are you going to go with Batman, or are you going to go with the Munsters?
For music purposes, I'm probably going to go with Batman.
Okay.
Batman.
What is it? The simplicity of it? Is it the melody of it? What about that?
I think it's catchier. I think it does have. I think because of the simplicity and because of the melody, it does seem to be easier recognized. More of a poppy, catchy type of thing. Even though the Munsters deal is a jazzier type of deal, but and I probably like the TV show The Munsters better, but that's not what we're judging right now. So I'm gonna go with Batman. I'm gonna hit Batman. Batman, ding ding.
Batman, okay. Kim Garmery's got Munsters. I'm gonna Lily. That's her name. Thank you guys.
Yes.
Lily Munster. Yes, there's a real name, Yvonne DiCarlo. See, look at that little Spanish influence come through easily for me.
Right.
See.
See. Al's going with the Munsters. Okay, so I've got, that means it's Jody has 2 votes basically for Batman, and we've got 2 for the Munsters. So Josh, where do you fall on this one?
Well, my voting criteria is not on whether I like the show or not. It's whether it fits the show, just how good the music is, trying to stay away from it being an iconic one, because I don't want just the fact that it's a big song and everybody thinks about it to be the sole criteria.
Yes.
So I think Batman fits the show. The theme of Batman fits the show because the whole purpose of Batman was camp. And that song is so
smack.
campy.
Yeah.
And just the concept, the art concept behind camp, the show fit it to a T. And I think the theme of Batman fit the camp feel. Now, the Munsters, great song, but it sounds like it could have been the Addams Family song. It could have been any kind of comedy sitcom back in the 60s. So I don't think it specifically fits that show, or it could be lifted out to fit another show. Batman is Batman, and I don't see that being any other type of show that it could work with. So I think Batman is the winner in my opinion.
Okay, so I'll put you down for 2 for Batman. But you bring up really good points that I do want to touch on, especially at the top of what we're doing. I'll refer back to my Facebook post for the show, and my bass player Cody Schmidt was talking. They were discussing a couple different songs, and I won't get into those, but he does go on to say these songs all stand on the merits of their composition, but when you consider the thematics of each show, these songs transcend simple themes. They set mood, establish tone, and inspire the viewer. The composers of these themes held the same regard as the writers, showrunners, and actors by their respective fandoms. And so that's kind of where I'm at too. Like, I'm going to personally try and separate like my love or dislike for the show and really just focus on the theme. Does it set the mood? If I've never seen the show, can I watch the theme and get a quick gist of it? Like he's saying, like the feel of it, kind of the story behind it, that kind of thing. And to your points, both of you, Batman sets that up beautifully.
Yeah. It's going to be silly. It's going to be camp. It's not going to be serious.
True. Yep. But I'm going to play devil's advocate here. The same can be said for the Munsters with like the it's like the and like things are kind of fast motion, kind of like what Jody had in his video and stuff. And there's comedy to that, levity, if you will. So because of that, it's the same kind of argument, and to use your own terms, if you will, that it's kind of campy, which that show was campy, maybe not as campy and over the top. Didn't have, again, to use the word blurbs, but it didn't zap, zing, that kind of thing.
Smart.
Yeah, whop.
Right.
I had to work that in somehow. So I would say to play devil's advocate, both kind of accomplish that same goal. Of delivering the message of the story, showing that it's a campy thing. It's not anything to be taken too serious. But yeah,
I agree, but I still think that Batman does a better job at doing it.
Okay.
I think it nails it on the head.
That's fair. And here's the deal. I'm a huge DC guy, but I'm actually going to go ahead and vote. I'm voting for the Munsters.
Oh,
yeah, I'm that guy. Not just to be that guy, but I really did enjoy that song. I like the melody for Batman, but the fact that it's like a single riff repeated, I'm like, that kind of brings it back a notch versus the Munsters having, several different sections, if you will, or key changes, even that kind of thing. So yeah.
Well, you don't care for King's X either. So.
Right. My taste is showing through, isn't it? We've got another Batman vote here from your brother, Daniel.
That's right. You better vote the same way I do. I don't want to get in an argument over Facebook. I got a show to do, Danny.
That's right. Deb Klein says, I like the Munsters better than Batman as a show, but for the late fee of me, but for the life of me, there you go. See, that's part of it too. I got to learn how to translate typo talk. For the life of me, can't remember how the Munsters theme song went, and that tells you something there. That's true.
Wise woman, Deborah. You are a wise
I remember
woman.
Batman, so it's got to be Batman. Da 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 ba da ba da 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 da. Hey.
Yeah, but that could have been for My Three Sons too.
No, and that's
yeah,
actually
sure could have.
Speaking of My Three Songs,
or The Adventures of Dobie Gillis.
That's in the master list for this, but obviously it's not on today's show. But
not.
Yeah. So yeah, Deb's going with Batman. Gotcha. Brian's going with Batman. Man, things ain't looking good for the dark side over here. Repeated Batman, exactly how I thought too, Jared. That's why I'm voting Munsters. There you go. Hey, okay, so sadly, for us Munster voters, Batman's going on. And you know what? I'll be honest, I'm not mad about it.
No.
I think it's good.
There's
so
some good ones here.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see if I can switch this here real quick and update this. And we will go on to the next bracket, which is Holy cow. We've got 2 game shows, and how fitting. The Price is Right versus Jeopardy. Now, I'm going to switch this over here while we discuss both. And Josh, I will let you take it away, sir.
Okay, so Jeopardy's theme was written by Merv Griffin.
Was it really?
Yes, it was. It was written by Merv Griffin. He's a piano player, and he wrote that. And The Price is Right was written by Edd Kalehoff.
If you say so, sir.
Yeah, it's what Google says. So
Okay, that's fair.
it's what my research indicates. So don't question my research.
I 100%. Yes, sir. I will not.
Okay.
And let's see here. So, first of all, and probably foremost, both shows are still on the air. So, and I'm not saying that that's all due to the fact that they have great theme songs, because I think they both are great theme songs. But I think that, again, like what I was saying earlier, is it does help support the overall story of the theme of the shows and stuff. And so, quiet computer. And so I think that helps the longevity of the show for sure, because it keeps it relatable. And the fact that the themes have not changed in the time frame that they've been on air is also a good thing. I am trying to update this quickly. There we go. So Josh, I'm going to start with you on this one.
Okay.
If I'm twisting your arm here, which I am, which side are you going to vote on?
So, the way I break these two down are Jeopardy is a lullaby.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, especially when you get to the ending music, which is the same as the beginning music.
Uh-huh.
It's just a lullaby. Bum 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 bum, and we associate that theme with Jeopardy simply because it is just played during Jeopardy.
Right.
And when I first started reviewing the Price is Right theme, I was like, I'm not really into this. And I started thinking about it being in the 60s. And when you're in the 60s, you're shopping and there's elevator music, and the theme to the Price is Right sounds like something you would hear in a 60s department store. And that's the whole thing of the Price is Right with the Showcase Showdown. So I think the Price is Right fits the theme of the show better than Jeopardy. I think Jeopardy, the only reason we associate it with Jeopardy is that's the music that's played with Jeopardy.
It's more memeable nowadays.
It's and yes, it is memeable. So like you got something to think about, you play the Jeopardy theme.
Right, which I kind of do.
Yeah. Well, if you could.
Right. I've got a cheap knockoff version.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way I feel. I think the song for Price is Right fits the theme of the show better than Jeopardy.
Okay. So based on that, I assume that means you're going with.
I am going with Price is Right.
Okay. I like a solid decision like that. There it is.
They're thought out. They're not just like, ooh, I like the song better. It's not so much that I like the song better.
Right. Again, it's stripping away the emotion in relation to the show and
absolutely.
Yeah. So Josh has got 2 votes in for Price is Right. I'm trying to see here. Kim Garmery is going with Price is Right. Brian Betancourt is going with Price is Right. Jody, how about yourself, sir?
I like The Price is Right as a game show for sure. It is a lot peppier little number.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that Jeopardy thing is pretty iconic. I mean, and lullaby, great description. Mm-hmm. Yet at the same time, it's like a thinking thing. Every time I hear that melody line, it's like you're thinking.
Yeah. It's very associatable. Associatable?
Yeah. Well,
whatever word that's supposed to be.
That's a good one.
That was a Spanish word.
Let's see. I probably like the TV show Price is Right better. But that Jeopardy thing, I think it's going to have to be the winner. But I'll give my answer like this. Jeopardy? You didn't get it? It was a question.
Oh,
right.
he's
right? You got to answer in the form of a question.
What is Jeopardy?
So I'll say Jeopardy.
Yeah, you're showing that you actually like Price is Right better because you're not even
Jeopardy.
you're not answering the question.
I'm going to give 2 points to Jeopardy. Ding ding.
Okay.
See, my brother's gonna hate me because my family is Jeopardy fans. We love the show Jeopardy, and
I
I'm sure.
noticed by the 17 pages of notes that you
Yeah.
Are you Canadian, by the way? All these notes,
All these
Mr.
notes.
Trebek.
Doesn't it bother you that
I
he
love
like
it.
every time there's like a foreign word or a non-English word, he has to use the correct pronunciation, and it's almost over the top. It's like, dude, okay, we know you're
Yes.
from Quebec.
Right, yeah,
We
exactly.
know you speak
Yeah, it's not a burrito, it's a burrito.
burrito.
Yeah. Quit showing off, Alex.
Arrogant. Well,
Lots
Yeah,
of
and
keyword emphasis and enunciation.
yes,
big time.
Yes,
Big time. But there's a balance there too, right? Like if there wasn't people like Alex that's kind of become known for that. Look at all the way that people talk now, with internet speak and stuff.
Mm.
Like at least he's been a standard bearer for
Right.
proper English and that kind of thing. So, if we didn't have people like Alex Trebek in the world, look at how far off in the rails we might ended up being. Let's see here. Cindy says Jeopardy because The Price is Right is just a lot of loud noise to me. And that's an interesting take too, because of the fact that let me write down your Jeopardy vote here. Because of the fact that theme song is played over top of the visual of everybody, yay, and it's all this energy. And at 10 in the morning, you're like this, like, damn, I just wanted to sip my coffee, and like y'all are, going nuts. So
yeah, you
Come
can always
on
turn your
down.
So I get
volume
that.
down.
I get that. Come on down.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Rob Roddy. I saw up here a minute ago. Where did that go? Elkie is voting Price is Right. And she went to night school with Bob Barker.
That's right.
So
He
yeah,
went
of
to
course,
Drury, didn't he?
local alumni. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. In
Right.
fact, don't we have a street up by Drury, called Bob Barker Avenue or something like that?
I'm sure
I think it's
they're-
one of those
They're
little,
really proud of Bob.
like a
Barker
little
doing
like a
there.
little 1 block stretch or something. It's called Bob Barker Avenue or something. I think. I can't remember if that's accurate or not, but yeah. Let's see here. Deb says, I think Happy Gilmore when I hear The Price is Right. Oh man, you're one of
This
those.
is wrong.
That's a secret pet peeve of mine. Like whenever if a monkey song comes on and they're like, oh, this is from the movie Shrek. I'm like, first of all, no. Second of all, it wasn't done by Smash Mouth. It was actually done by a band, 30 years prior to that called the Monkees. Just that kind of
Actually,
stuff
Neil
drives me
Diamond
nuts.
did it first. The Neil Diamond song first.
Is that in your notes
Yeah,
too, you
no,
little
no, I
Canadian
just-
boy?
I just know music, and I appreciate music like
That-
King's X.
And the answer
I can
is,
appreciate the old stuff, dude. Come
and
on.
the answer
Oh.
is, who is Neil Diamond?
Who
right.
is Neil Diamond? He is an enigma, isn't he?
He is something
I'll
else.
tell you what.
I like it.
Forever in blue jeans, Neil.
Oh,
We're
sorry.
having our own conversation over here. We don't even
No,
need you,
I
Jared.
heard King's X and Neil Diamond, and I nearly passed out.
Oh my gosh, dude! Come on, grow some taste.
Oh man,
Not
okay.
everything can be King Diamond.
King Diamond X. Let's see
Guns
here.
N' Roses.
Oh man, what a great world.
Hear
it
me,
would be.
Dan? Guns N' Roses.
Al Hutchins is going for Price is Right, and Deb says yes. And the OTC campus, Bob Barker Parkway. There you go. Oops, wrong comment. I like Happy Gilmore. Bob Barker is cool. He's just not a game show host. Well, he was.
He was.
Yeah, it was. That's what he did all his
That's what he
life.
did his
What are you
Uh,
talking about, Deborah?
Da, da, da,
What was he doing for 50 years?
da, da, da. Yeah. What is a game show host? Question mark.
I was sorry.
Hashtag Tuck Sings Diamond. There you go. Speaking of hashtag, please, I'm reminding you, keep sending those hashtag 7 so I can get a full 7 songs in 7 days for next week. I think I was up to like 3 or 4. So keep that in mind as we plow right through this.
When was Sweet Caroline not popular?
During COVID.
During COVID, yeah. The chicks can go
Reaching
bum,
you,
bum, bum,
touching me. Nope. Not during
touching
COVID.
you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be honest, this is a hard one for me because I actually really enjoy like that elevator feel of da 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 that kind of upbeat thing. But at the same time, like Jody brings up a really good point that it's an instant association with the thinking process. And it's not even
Thinking's overrated, though.
dude, tell
Come
me
on.
about it. Yeah. Hey man, you know what I'm talking about, man. It's
We are
overrated.
consumers. We do mindless shopping. That's why Price is Right is the best.
Man, this is a hard vote for me. Oh God, you're getting egged on now. Kim Garmery is saying, "Preach it, Josh."
That's right.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go with my gut on this. I'm not gonna overthink this. I'm gonna go with Price is Right.
Yes, sir.
I am.
You finally made a right answer.
Yeah.
What is the wrong answer?
So let's see here. Let me tally this up. Well, I don't even need to tally it. It looks like Price is Right is again taking this one over. So
Price is Right, guys.
Price is Right will advance. I'm gonna wait to update this until we get done with this side of the bracket. So Price is Right is our winner. I'm gonna circle that here, and I'm gonna circle Batman there, and cross out Monsters and cross out Jeopardy. And we're gonna continue on. Next up, we've got a battle of daytime 80s. We've got Matlock versus Dallas. Who done it? Who done it? It's an ultimate who done it matchup. So, Jody, I'm going to let you give us the details on this one. I'm just kidding. Josh, what have you got on this?
I'm sorry, I'm lost. There was a work text I had to check.
Oh no, okay, so that's that's not what I thought you were doing. Full disclosure, real quick. We're getting set up before the show, and Josh was like, "Is it okay if I comment along with this?" I'm like, "Yeah, Brian did it. If you could juggle it." And then I'm like, "And Josh," and he's like this. He's like, "Oh, wait, what were we talking about?" The answer is C. Definitely
yes,
C.
Absolutely. So, what are we doing? Matlock and Dallas? Is that next, or are we doing the other side?
Yes, Matlock and Dallas. So
Matlock and Dallas.
Who done it? Who daytime done it?
Who daytime done it? Okay, well, Matlock, let me refer to the notes here, or Dallas. Which one's first? Okay.
I would assume, are you in alphabetical order even on your...
I'm not. I'm still the list that you gave me.
Gotcha.
Gerald ML, I think, wrote Dallas. I can't read my handwriting very well there. But, and Matlock was... I can find it on here.
Is that the Andy Griffith dude?
Yeah, that's that Andy Griffith dude. Yeah.
With no Barney Fife.
No Fife.
Oh,
yeah.
This is a great name. Dick the Benedictus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a great band name.
That's Dick the Benedictus.
What?
Dick and the Benedictus.
Dick and the Benedictus. The Benedictus.
Who's the opener?
We'll just steer clear of that one.
Right.
So,
this is a family show.
My family may be watching, so.
Yeah, so let's keep it clean, gentlemen. Let's keep it clean.
Hey, I didn't name the guy. I did not name him.
Okay. Let me there we go. So were either of these shows that you guys watched, are these on your radar per se? Either one of these?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm old, remember?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I nearly forgot.
I'm old again. This is when the Andy Griffith dude was like Fat Elvis or something at the time. So
He was.
he really was.
These are his golden
This is like
years.
the golden
Yeah.
years. It's all over but the crime.
So I to be totally frank about it, or to be totally Andy about it, this is like his retirement plan, right?
It was.
Like this is like made it big in Andy Griffith, and now I just want to sit comfy on my rocking chair on the porch. So to do so, I'm going to do another one of them their TV shows and make it a cash cow. And yeah.
This time I'm going to get paid.
Right.
And,
Right. Yeah.
No. But the whole Dallas thing, it was late at night. It was soap opera to me. I felt like it's what it is, a nighttime soap opera.
Yep.
Now the whole Who Shot JR business, that was some pretty good marketing.
It was,
that
honestly.
was marketing at its best, because everybody's running around asking the question, who shot JR?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was big.
It was what you refer to as water cooler talk for
Mhm.
the next day at work kind of thing when everybody's talking about who done it. Yeah.
Did you find out who shot JR?
Did I?
Is it in your
Was it Sue Ellen?
37 pages of notes you have?
No, I
over
did.
there?
I didn't.
I
look
bet you it
to
was
the-
a Canadian that spoke Spanish.
It was. I bet you it was. Some Canadian actress showed up on the set. Wasn't even planned or scripted.
She rolled her R's.
It's like,
JR, JR, and he went like this.
That's right. Well, there.
He just
No,
killed over
Texas is
there.
on the border of Mexico, so
Oh my goodness.
So-
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right. That's perfect.
you're gonna get some comments on that.
Oh, you dudes are killing this. I'm loving this so much.
I'm gonna pick.
Okay, go for it.
I'm gonna pick Fat Elvis with Matlock. Ding ding. Matlock.
Okay, so I got to go with Matlock too because I think the song fits the show better. It's got this old kind of ragtimey feel,
Yes.
and Dallas is. I never liked the show because an elementary school kid didn't watch
Same.
nighttime soap operas.
You and
so-
I are the same on that, Josh.
yeah,
Yes.
So all I know about Dallas was someone shot JR and they brought Bobby back because they made a mistake in firing him.
Right.
And the whole
set
thing was a dream.
They set the trend for it doesn't matter
Yeah,
if
it
you need to
doesn't
take
matter,
a
yeah.
a 9-month sabbatical on a soap
Right.
opera, we'll kill you off, and then
Right.
we'll pretend
and
it
then,
didn't happen. It's like the old the Men in Black clicky thing. Like
Right.
forget that happened.
and then DC starts killing off Superman and bringing him back. So I mean, they did it with Bobby. They can't
Right.
do it with Superman. So
Yep.
yeah, everything goes back to comics, right?
Sure.
But the Dallas theme, I felt tried to be too hip. If you listen to it, it's got this kind of a cinematic feel over the top, but it's got like funk bass and bongos and all sorts of stuff. It just too eclectic for it to really fit something. It sounds like it's trying to be a real pop song, but also be kind of Copeland-esque over the top. So I don't like that, and I don't think it really fit. I think it was just some music producer that decided this is what sounds cool.
Fair. So I hang on. I'm registering all these votes here. Matlock for Elke. Okay, so far everybody that's voted, I've got your votes written down. Josh, I feel exactly what you're saying, and I will. I'm an analogy guy, so I'll make an analogy here.
Mhm.
If we're talking '80s hair bands,
Mhm.
I'm not a big Poison fan because I feel like it was a manufactured or Bon Jovi. I think was kind of the same thing. Like here's a good guitar player, here's a good singer. We're gonna we as a record company are gonna get kind of the best players and push out another copycat kind of product. And I feel
the music industry doesn't do that.
no, surely
No,
not.
they don't.
And I feel like it was kind of the same thing. Like, okay, we need another soap opera theme song,
Mhm.
and it was just the same kind of like I don't know. It was it just didn't stick out. It
Right.
was it was too follow the trend
Right.
to stand
Right.
out. So yeah,
I mean, it could have been for Falcon Crest or for any of those others.
Exactly.
It just lifts right out onto another show.
100%, 100%, 100%.
100%.
So here's the thing on that. Like, before I started this show, the Audio Rose podcast, I would play along. Like, I would search up on YouTube like TV theme songs and hit play, and it's like I guess this theme song kind of thing, like in 15 seconds. And I am so good at all this, but when it comes to songs, exactly like what you're saying with Dallas and Falcon Crest, like they're so interchangeable that nothing stands out enough to be like this is a song for that show. And I feel like Matlock, on the other hand, at least you can associate it with it.
Right. And how sad is it that we know the name Falcon Crest?
I was
Right?
blown away.
Or
you even brought it
Knott's
up.
or Knott's Landing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We were
Yeah.
what? Elementary school? You weren't even born during those
I was gonna say,
days,
were you
you?
guys even alive?
I was born in '83.
I was born
so
in 73, so I'm not much younger than you.
Oh yeah.
I just look younger.
You do.
I do.
You do.
It's clean living, man. That's all.
Well,
it is.
that's my
right.
fault. And what is your fault? That would be it.
right. Okay, so to recap, Jody's gone with Matlock.
Yep.
Josh, you've gone with Matlock,
I'm going with Matlock.
and I've gone with Matlock. So they're in my 6
yeah.
votes right there.
Yeah,
and
if you choose Dallas by the panel, you're wrong.
and Elke's got Matlock. So yeah, it looks like we've got, if I'm not mistaken, 3 votes for Dallas, and the rest are all for Matlock. So
And Brian, bring up Brian's comment, please.
Okay.
It's not that everything's bigger in Dallas. I mean, bigger in Texas. Okay. The song is suckier. It's not
It
bigger.
really
it's
does.
suckier.
It does. Yeah.
What was that guy's name again?
Yeah. I don't know, but it was kind of similar to Betancourt, wasn't it?
Oh my god. Right, Falcon Crest.
Yeah.
Then the big take this.
I think that would be a fun thing though. That just made me think like instead of an expletive,
It sucks
like just
bigger.
just yeah,
in
like
ta-
oh,
It sucks
Falcon
bigger.
Crest you.
Right.
Go Falcon Crest
Right.
yourself.
That's hilarious.
This is Bull Dallas.
That's right. Well, Dallas's theme song does suck bigger, so I will agree.
Deborah said, "Is suckier a word?"
It is. I
You
used
dang
it. You
right
heard
it
it.
is.
Came out of my mouth.
Yes, if it's a word that's ever spoken on the Audio Roast podcast, I guarantee you within 6-year time span it'll be added to some dictionary somewhere.
It's suck, suckest, and suckier.
What?
I don't know. I'm just trying to congregate.
Well, no, I'm good with that. But I'm reading Elke's comment that
What?
says, "I'm in a Poison video. I named my cat Bon Jovi. Both Jared Isaac. Love you both, Jared Isaacs. Both. There's only one of me.
Which
both of my personalities. I got it.
Which Poison video?
Yeah, which Poison
Yeah,
video?
we gotta pull
Tell
that
me
up,
the
see
story. Tell us the story about the
Come
Poison
on.
video.
Was it a crowd scene or did you get up on stage and dance with Cece?
Right. Dick Dictus. That was the name. Look at Elke with the notes. Soap opera theme show. No.
Oh, she's wanting a soap opera theme show.
Well,
Is that
he
right?
is.
Oh.
That's Brian Betancourt.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, you
and
know.
that is a
Although with that new,
that is a bold picture there.
yeah, I was like, I see why you got confused.
That's horrible.
Are you in that in
Brian-
Dallas? Is,
Brian is clapping hard for Dallas.
okay, Brian. I
Oh my God.
with that profile picture, I don't know how seriously to take you on anything you say. So
Deb says, I love Bon Jovi. I saw Bret Michaels, just didn't feel it so much. Deb, was that whenever he was down in Branson like 2, 3, 4 years ago? If so, I was at that show as well and thought the same thing. I enjoyed Bret's bass player a lot, but Bret I thought was frankly boring and just going through the motions. So yeah. Crowd shot. So where was that filmed at, Elke? And Mike McCorder, how's it going? Michaels can still bring it live. Bon Jovi cannot. Yeah, especially vocally. That's how John sings nowadays. It's very strained and weird.
yeah,
His tone
his
is
voice
weird.
really changed like about 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yes. About the time that It's My Life came out.
Yep.
And from there on, it was like it's not even the same singer.
No.
And I'm fine with that. Like, there's been several, and that's a whole episode thing too. People who have changed their styles over the years. Elton John immediately comes to mind. Rob Halford has changed his style.
But back in 2000, I saw Elton John, and even though his voice is different, it was still an amazing performance.
Oh, for sure.
Amazing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Let's not cross sticks.
Family show.
Yep.
Don't cross the streams, Ray.
That's right. Elke says that was filmed in Columbia, Missouri.
Columbia.
And now the obvious follow-up is, which video
What
was
song?
it? Yeah. And Deb finally says, yes, with Jay Stevens. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's right. Jay Stevens did open up for that. Oh, yeah, and his bass player with with Cinderella. Yes, can't remember his name now. I can't remember either, but here's what was fun for that show for me. And I know we're getting off topic like for the 100th time on the show, but he had a Van Halen tattoo on his arm, and I noticed it as he's playing bass, and I'm a huge Van Halen fan. So, I throw up this thing, and he's like playing, and he looks around to the audience, and he's like that. And like we were that drummer thing, we had that from stage like that because of that. And it was cool because I think he thought the same thing. Like it was like on the inside of his arm while he's playing, and I just happened to see it at a quick glance, and I'm like, oh, cool, he's a Van Halen fan too. So again, the power of music. All right, so moving right along. We had Matlock and Dallas and Matlock Advance. So moving on to I like how I misspelled that. Oh, I hate it when that happens. To the nerdier side of things here with Star Trek versus the Twilight Zone with no E. It's not the Twilight Zone. All right, facts boy.
Yeah, Twilight Zone versus Star Trek.
That's you.
Well, I didn't know Star Trek was going to be on, so I didn't research that one.
Fair.
What?
That's
But I
totally
didn't
fair.
know the master
Well-
list he gave me didn't have Star Trek.
Now here's the thing. Let's before you get into this, let's break that down. Because you did mention that as
Right.
a predecessor to the show and getting your notes and stuff ready. You were like, hey, what do you think about Star Trek? Shouldn't that be included? And I'm like, here's the thing, and this is what we talked about at the top of the show, is separating the show from the song. And I'm not necessarily a Trekkie. I appreciate what the series has done for pop culture and all that kind of stuff. It's great. But when you truly separate the song from the show, the song doesn't stand up the same as the show, in my opinion.
Mm-mm.
So therefore, I didn't think it deserved to be in the greatest. But at the same time, I felt like there would be a bunch of people that would strongly disagree. So because of that, I did take my own personal feelings and put them aside, and I did go ahead and include it. So we'll see. We'll see.
So by that argument, why'd you put Paula Dean's theme song in here?
Because it's underrated, and it by God needs to be recognized for the greatness that it is.
Well, granted, it's a great show, but a great song, but nobody knows that. I had to look that up. I just like, Paula Dean has a song.
To be fair, you also had to look up Dallas.
No, I didn't have to look up Dallas. I've heard it.
So,
but I know Dallas has a theme song, but I didn't know Paula Dean did.
Well, I mean, we talked about Who Shot JR. And who brought the all to a ball and then wrapped the leftovers up in fall. If you don't know, you don't know. If you do, you know what's up.
Okay, we're getting off track here.
Yeah,
so,
totally. Yeah.
So Twilight Zone was written by Bernard Herrmann.
Okay.
And I don't know who wrote
some nerd. It doesn't matter. Some Canadian nerd, probably.
Yeah, probably. All I do know is that Rocket Man by William Shatner is amazing. It is wonderful. Have you?
Is it really?
Have you ever seen the video?
No.
Oh my gosh! Check it out.
Okay.
Check it out.
Check it out.
Yeah. Have you seen it? Oh my gosh! He does a spoken word version of it, and very dramatic.
I think I have seen this.
Okay,
yes.
so and Family Guy did a parody of it, and I mean, no joke, it's like beat for beat what the Family Guy version is. It's hilarious. Highly recommended if you want to laugh.
Huh. Brian Betancourt says, "Are you kidding me? Star Trek versus Twilight Zone?
Yeah, it's a tough one, dude.
So which way are you going, Brian? Tell us if it was a good move to include Star Trek, or if Twilight Zone is taking this one. I don't know why this is okay. There we go. Elkie says, I'd have to go check back on my tape which song it was. Okay.
Memorable.
And that's what I was about ready to say right there. So the fact that you're not able to just rattle it right off just supplements exactly what I said.
Really, it doesn't matter because all Poison songs are the same.
100%.
Really, yeah. I mean,
100%.
Unskinny Bop is the same.
What is an unskinny bop?
I don't know.
God. Yeah, don't get me started. Don't even get me started. Okay, Deb Klein says, you're fired, Josh. Twilight Zone, very memorable theme song.
I never said Twilight Zone wasn't memorable. I haven't given my.
Yeah.
I said I don't know who wrote the Star Trek thing.
Oh, and that now she's back on your side. Paula Dean has a theme song. I'm appalled. Seriously though, if you haven't, I'm appalled. You didn't make the Dean's list. Okay, so all puns aside, honestly, if you've never heard it and you didn't know Paula Dean had a theme song, check it out. If you like harmonica and like just, I don't even know what kind. I mean, it's a cool song. It's a cool little jingle. So does it deserve to be in the greatest?
Yeah,
maybe not.
It's
but
on
it's
the
fun.
list, so we'll discuss it and we'll dissect it a little bit more.
There you go. There you go. Mike McCorder says, Shatner screaming, Mr. Trombone Man is haunting.
Tambourine Man. Mr. Tambourine Man.
Yeah.
He did a version of that is insane as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Again, spoken word, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Dramatic reading of.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And Leonard Nimoy had some albums out too where he's singing. Dude,
nice.
There was some crazy stuff. You can definitely tell there was acid taken in the 60s because, dude.
Al Hutchins says Star Trek inexplicably, that word. I've started hating the Shat in the like last year or so. Okay, well that's fair. Kim Garmery's going to Star Trek, so we've got 2 for Star Trek. So I guess, I mean, so far, I guess it's a good thing that I put it on the in the bucket. Josh, we'll start with you on this one.
Okay, so I think I love Star Trek, but I hate the theme song. I really do. And the only reason I suggested we include it is because I knew there would be people out there that would say we need to have Star Trek on there.
Yep.
It's iconic, but I'm not voting on icons. I am voting on what is the better song.
Yep.
And as far as what fits fits the show. If you listen to the Twilight Zone, man, that is weird and eerie, and it is off-putting, just like the show is. And I don't with Star Trek. I just don't see Sopranos singing in space. Sorry, that's my problem with it. That chick that's screaming above it, to me, that doesn't say
Yes.
exploring the universe for 5 years. So
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Elke's going Twilight Zone. Brian says musically, it's Star Trek, but Twilight Zone wins.
it does.
So
Yeah, Star Trek is very well written, but I just don't think it fits the song.
yeah, I agree. I don't think it really adds to the atmosphere
I
of the
don't think it
show.
does.
Or yeah. Al says, Joshua, it's been a long road getting from there to here. I'm assuming that maybe is a spoken word segment from something.
I don't know.
Oh, wait, those are King's X lyrics. I nearly fell asleep reading them.
Oh, dude.
The pixie sticks are flying. It's raining pixie sticks. Watch this. Here we go.
Ammunition.
Not a single one hit me. God, you throw like a bass player.
That's right on time.
Oh.
Holy cow.
May not be the right note, but it'll get there someday.
That's right. It'll come back
It'll
around
come-
to it. Yeah. All right. So Josh is gone for
Twilight Zone.
Twilight
is what
Zone.
I'm going for. Yeah.
Okay. I am also to speed things up. I'm going for Twilight Zone for the exact same reasons.
Mhm.
It sets up the show. It's more memorable to me. And Star Trek song sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not sorry. Jody.
Now the next generation's okay.
See, and that's the thing too, right? Like,
Yeah.
so we're talking the original,
Yeah.
the old school kind of thing, the King's X, if you will.
Yes. Yeah.
So just like King's X, it's not getting my vote. Okay, Jody. I'm gonna
Make a
pass.
believer of you yet.
There you go. I'm gonna pass it over to you. And where do you fall on this one?
Twilight Zone. Twilight
Ooh,
Zone.
that was very authoritative.
That was.
It was.
Well, I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone episode here for a minute there with all this stuff happening that's going on. In a land at a coffee shop with flying pixie sticks. We're going to, what the heck?
Let's
you
see
didn't know
here.
what you were
In
getting
a time
into.
of COVID.
you
Blah,
ever
blah, blah,
watched-
blah, 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 blah.
Have you ever watched the show?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It was
well
around
then-
Planet of the Apes, and both of those kind of scared me as a little person. So,
Same.
I mean, Planet of the Apes and the Twilight Zone both came in around
Yep.
the same time.
Mhm.
I'm
The
almost
episode-
afraid if I don't say Twilight Zone, something really weird is going to happen to me.
right. And hey, 2020
Your
is
glasses
as
will
messed
break
up as
and-
it gets. We don't need to egg it on. Yeah. So speaking of that, the episode of Twilight Zone that sticks out to me that scared the crap out of me as a kid was the one where people are turning into pigs.
Mm.
Oh my god! And like they're like half human, half pig. Oh, that freaked me out
It was some freaky stuff back then.
for sure.
Very much. I mean, for little people, and I was little.
Yeah.
To see
I
that,
still
and
am.
then
You're doing it to yourself. Kim Garmery says theremin. That's all I've got to say. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Al Hutches. I've got nothing for you there, bud. I don't know if you used an emoji that I can't see or something, but it just looks blank. So if you voted, revote. Elke says, loved it, Jared. Gosh, you throw like a bass player. Do I hear some King's X dissing? Just wrong. Well,
Thank you, Mike.
it's-
Thank you.
Here's the thing. I don't hate them. I just,
He doesn't appreciate him. He's a young
I
guy.
don't. Well,
He
and
doesn't.
it's not even that I'm young. It's okay. Maybe it's just, dude, it's a snooze fest to me. Like it's not upbeat enough. I
Okay,
guess. I
we're
don't
gonna
know.
have to have a show where we just discuss King's X.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play everything.
They're gonna do this Clockwork Orange style where I'll have my eyes peeled and have to like sit there and watch every King's X song.
Instead of singing in the rain, it's over my head, right?
Yes. Dogman. Okay, so perfectly said, Jody.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like that one has been taken away by Twilight Zone. So yeah, get that one up there, cross that one out, and on we go. So before we continue, I want to take one more quick little break, and we'll hit the right side of the brackets. So stick around, and we will be back in just a few.
Classic Rock Coffee. Our coffee rocks.
Boom. Okay, we are back. Well, I'm back. Again, they had to have a little potty break and stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and update the brackets while they're out and about, and see if I can get the old computer to work. So, tell me in the comments how are things progressing so far? Has there been anything that stood out that you're surprised that's won and gone through, or is there anything too that is not even on the show today that you would have liked to have seen as a represented theme song? Now, keep in mind, we've got, like I said, like 54, 55 total songs that are instrumental TV theme songs in general that we will get to in future episodes. So just because you don't see it today doesn't mean it's not going to ever be represented. Yes, we're going to get to MASH, and yes, we're going to get to all the there's so many theme songs that are great that have no lyrics that will be discussed eventually on future episodes. So hold tight, don't fret. And but yeah, if there's something that you haven't seen yet today, tell us. So just to make sure that we've got it all. Because there is a chance that I haven't included something because it just eluded my thought process for some reason. So yeah, while that's loading up, let's see here. Deborah says, why are we slamming King's X? Sneak previews, the Edge years were awesome for me. Love playing shows with them. So okay, so you've played with King's X then. Well, not in the band, but the bands that you've been with have. Planet of the Apes series was great. Waiting for recreational marijuana to be illegal to watch it again. Yeah, that would definitely up the ante. That's for sure. And Peter Gunn theme. Okay, yeah, I'll write that one down. And I will take a look at it after the show. Peter Gunn. Okay. And Deb, to answer your question, why are we slamming King's X? It's tongue in cheek first and foremost, as always with everything we do on the audio roast. But the big thing is, my 7 songs in 7 days segment that I do. Josh has 3 times now given a suggestion for a King's X song, and they've just been ranked lower. And it's not necessarily that I don't like it. I mean, now that Josh is not in the room, it's not that I don't like it. There's just other songs that you guys have tossed my way that ranked higher. So, and we're only talking, 6 songs. So it's not, the end of or 6 or 7 songs. It's not the end of the world. But I'm trying to get him fired up, get a little entertainment, a little energy out of him. That's really all it. I mean, yeah. So,
hi Joshua, how you doing?
I was watching the show
How's things
outside,
going?
so I was seeing everything you were saying.
How you doing, Joshua?
And your thoughts are?
My thoughts is you need to have an episode with me, and
We are
where
having
we're
an episode with
just
you.
you and me, where we're talking about King's X. That just the Clockwork Orange style you said. So
Right. Yeah.
we'll make a believer out of you.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All of a sudden, I'm feeling like Tiger King or something's getting ready to happen.
Okay, so I'm referring back to my notes here
Okay.
to update this scoreboard. So I was asking the guys and gals in the comments if there's anything obviously that isn't represented today that they wanted to see, just to make sure we get the master list down. And Josh, I know I've already sent you that master list,
Yep.
but Jody, for whatever reason, I didn't think to send it to you. Is there anything that's not being represented on the show today? And maybe we've got it on the master list, but anything not on the show today that you feel deserves to be?
Well, I did hear Peter Gunn, and I agree with that. Henry Mancini did a lot of instrumental stuff for shows, so
Okay.
definitely needs to be represented. So, and we had Pink Panther in there, but that wasn't drawn. So,
Correct. Actually, so about Pink Panther, I had Pink Panther and The Simpsons both because they're both instrumentals, but I actually took those off of the list because those will be included in the animated. Whereas the
Okay.
animated won't be divided by lyrics and no lyrics. If it's
Right.
a cartoon, it'll have its
Right.
own thing. So I did take it off
Okay.
for that reason. But yeah. So Jody,
Knight Rider wasn't on there, was it?
It
No,
was. It was. Yep.
Mhm.
If you would refer to your notes.
Yes, it was. I know.
No, I think the 2 or 3 that I was thinking of right out of the gate, I think we've got them covered. But like you said, we've only done 16 here, and we've got more to do later. So you have a very thick, very detailed list of
for sure
coming up.
For sure.
But so a simple answer?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And that
We've
was
got
in
plenty
Spanish.
to work
That
on,
was in
yeah.
Spanish. Did you catch it? No.
None.
No.
What is no?
No means no.
All right. Let's see here. I've got this updated now. And we will go ahead and go over to the right side of our bracket. And we're going to start with do I say what we talked about before the show? Yeah, we'll
let's
go
do
there.
it, yeah.
This is for all the grandmas that are watching the show.
King Diamond
Yeah.
sucks.
Oh my god. Wait a minute. I got this. You ready?
Do it.
Hey, at least I hit him with one.
Hey, dude, I'm diabetic. This could kill me. That's assault.
You know what I'm saying? No, it's not a
That's
salt. That's a
candy.
sugar.
That's sugar.
It's not a salt. It's a
It's a
sugar.
salt.
Oh, I love dad jokes. Okay, so we've got I don't know how to set this one up, but we've got the Waltons versus Little House on the Prairie. Let me switch over here to the comments. And okay, so Deb says, "Yep, we were just kids, but they were awesome. Good band for then, good band for now." Okay. Elkie says Tiger King episode. Oh boy, I don't know.
No.
I have
See,
not watched
no.
Tiger King. I have, Deb, and
It's
I
horrible.
can't say that you're missing a whole lot. It was pop culture for about a month, and then everybody's moved on since then.
Yeah.
So in 2 weeks, A&R versus on Audio Roast, King's X versus Static X, the Battle of the X's.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not totally opposed to that. Original Battlestar Galactica theme from the show is awesome. There, I'm writing that one down. That's a good one.
Buck Rogers?
Was it Buck Rogers?
No, I'm just saying Buck Rogers theme too.
Oh, okay. Let me write these down.
Yeah, Buck Rogers versus Battlestar Galactica. That would be good.
Battlestar. Okay. The West Wing from Kim Garmery. If that's an instrumental, I will give that one a look. That one was Martin Sheen. Is that right? Yeah, we're gonna go with that's right.
See.
Okay, so Deb is going with the Waltons, and Mike McCorder says Little House hands down, amazing theme. Okay. So far we've got some folks duking it out in the comments, and I'm for it. Well, let me see here in my notes that are all out of order. One for Little House, one for Waltons, and Josh, hit us up with some facts, my friend.
Okay, so the Waltons was written by Jerry Goldsmith. He's a very big name in television and movie theme composing. And the Little House was written by Dan Rose. I can't say I recognize his name.
Okay.
Both were songs, themes that were in the 70s and 80s, and they both were pretty much the same
70s,
show.
I think. Yeah.
Rural people struggling against hard times. So that's their thing.
Yeah. But, yeah, and that's,
Extended family. Yeah.
yeah, that's. I mean, they do draw similar comparisons, so it is
Mhm.
unique or ironic, if you will, that they ended up against each other. But similar settings. I think same demographic appeals to the show. But yeah, we'll see. Walton's was first. Brian says, of course, he would know that. I mean, did I say that out loud?
Can we
Yep.
cover his profile pic? Because
You're not a fan of that,
I'm
huh?
not a fan. I can smell it from here.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's quite a bumper in that picture. Just saying.
That's a honky tonk badonky donk.
Oh God, no, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Mike McCorder says Buck Rogers had 2 TV themes. The first one was more like a James Bond film and wasn't used for long. And Deb says Tiger King was like the pandemic thing. Everybody was on lockdown and it was all over Facebook, but I didn't get into it. So It didn't look too good, so I opted out. Okay.
It's like watching a train wreck
Yep.
and then going back and watching another train
Yep.
wreck for the
Yeah.
second
Yep.
episode.
Yep.
And another train wreck, and they're all progressively getting worse.
Yes.
Faster and faster. They
That's right.
just smash together.
But honestly,
It's almost like the Twilight Zone.
yeah, it is. And
Yeah.
and you can look at these people and then say, I actually know somebody like that, which is
Scared me
crazy.
to death. We have those things around here. I had
Yeah.
no idea. It was next thing you know, I was like, wow, Stratford, yay.
Kim is voting Little House. Al is saying Little Pizza House since 1958.
And I vote for Little Pizza
That's
House.
right. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. He says, "Damn autofill."
Little Pizza House. He must go to
Um,
the Pizza House a lot or something.
Mike says, "Look up the theme for Wonder Woman TV. The lyrics are priceless. I will definitely do that, sir." Deb says, "I feel your pain, Al. Autofill kicks my ass." Yeah, I've got it turned off. Like autocorrect kills me as bad as it is. So for something to try to predict what's trying to come out of my head and my thumbs, it would be a total lose. Dean, a fellow Papa Green Shoer,
Hi, Dean.
is voting for the Waltons. I can't. Brian gave a thumbs up, and the business down on Commercial Street, right? I know the owner. Not sure what that's for, Elkie.
Pizza House.
Oh, Pizza House. There you go. Thank you for that. Oh, that's
See, I
a
remember
good
it.
one.
Yeah.
Al says the Jackass theme. Da, 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 dun, da, da, da,
Never
da,
seen
da,
an
da.
episode of Jackass.
Really? Oh,
No,
that's okay. Now you're talking kind of my high school years, and I'm writing that one down
Yeah,
because
see,
that is.
I'm an adult and I don't enjoy watching people torture themselves and getting hit in the nuts and stuff like that. So I just never saw.
Deb says,
Never
I'm
appealed to me.
Deb
Yet
says,
you know the exact thing that goes on in that deal. They throw bowling balls at each other. And
Right.
such.
yeah,
Yeah.
for entertainment of
Painful.
complete strangers.
Painful.
If I
Yeah.
want to see people act like idiots, I'll do a gig.
Right.
So-
right.
Let's see. Where did that go? I gotta say it. Deb says, I'm a cougar, not a tiger.
Oh, my.
Mark is going with Little House. Okay. And Al says, I try to proofread before hitting enter, but yeah, I don't proofread at all until I read it on screen. And Deb says she loves to watch Jackass. Okay. Mark says my favorites are either Starsky and Hutch or Chips.
Ooh, yeah, those are good.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna keep writing these down.
We're gonna have 3 episodes of this.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And Al says some slapstick stuff was funny, but I hated the poop stuff on Jackass. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so back on track.
Okay.
Let's go
Little
to
House
Jody
Waltons,
on this one.
yeah.
Jody, where do you fall on the Waltons versus Little House?
Well, the Waltons and the Little House both seem to be kind of a Granny Green Shoes type of deal. And we have a Granny Green Shoes fan that comes and sees us every now and again. And I'm going to go ahead and just go on a limb after consulting with Granny Green Shoes and Dean Daisy. They kind of land on what I'm thinking, and I'm going to go ahead and say Waltons. I might be against the grain on this one, but I'm going to say the Waltons.
Okay, I've got you down for 2 points for the Waltons.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, Mary Ellen.
Good night.
If I could turn off, which I can, but I'm afraid it'd turn my
We'd
wrong
never
stuff
get it
off.
back
yeah,
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
Um,
want to introduce any more technical stuff.
Well, I mean, I've got like this, and I've got that kind of stuff. But yeah, Skittles. Okay, Josh, where are you falling on this one, my friend?
Okay, so I am gonna go Waltons purely because I like the more stripped down sound. I think it fits the show better because of the Depression era. It's more down home, more country, whereas Little House is more cinematic and broader scope. And it just comes down to a personal preference. I like the song a little bit better. They're both very well written, and I think they both fit. So it comes down to which one do I like better.
Yeah.
Waltons. It seems
Okay.
more comforting.
Yeah. Yep. I would agree with that, actually, that it is more comforting. Al says Seinfeld, and that is on the master list. So we will get to that one eventually.
Some cool, interesting stuff about Seinfeld too.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to go ahead and give me that say that tidbit that you sent, or do you want to save it?
We can save it for
Okay,
next time.
we'll save it.
So we'll tease you on that.
Yeah.
Some cool stuff about it.
Deb with the most disgusting comment of the night. Dan Margera was smoking hot. But he was smoking something.
That might have been an autocorrect thing.
Oh,
Meant
God,
to
let's
say
hope.
The
Yeah.
other thing
was
instead of
smoking
hot, it was
something.
pot,
Yeah,
you know?
smoking pot, not smoking hot.
Dang autocorrect.
Elkie with the Waltons, and Brian says, "Don't do it with your lightning. Don't do it with your lighting department." Yeah, no kidding. I'm just afraid of hitting the wrong one that's gonna, shut the computer down or something. And then it would end the live stream. That would be no fun. Okay, so I'll break this down just a little bit more. To me, the Little House theme song, like I like the small, quiet dynamic of the build up and stuff, and then it goes into it and kind of gives the story of the song. But there, Josh really hit on something strong, that the simplicity, the peeled back nature of the Waltons with just a trumpet and a story. I feel like that is for sure a strong contender on all that we've got in the brackets today, to be one of the strongest ones that support the show with the theme, as far as you can just kind of close your eyes. You get like the simplicity of life back then, just the stripped down nature of things. And I feel like that helps tell the story really well. And I too, I mean, I whether I liked it or not, I grew up as a fan of both shows. That's what was on at my house. And so, like it or not, I listened to it, and I did like both shows. But I'm going with the Waltons because I feel strongly that it's a great theme song, period. And I think that it does a really great job of supplementing the TV show that it's on. So for me, I'm going with Waltons. So that's my 2 votes for Waltons. And it looks like that's where everybody's at. And so we've got Waltons with, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 votes, and Little House with 3. So Waltons goes on. Little House, sorry, Half Pint, does not make it. Okay, so now we've got kind of an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
We've got ER versus Miami Vice.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm. Mm.
Okay.
Meanwhile, back at Twilight Zone.
Right. Meanwhile, back on the Little House Ranch. Okay, so Mike's ready to throw his computer out of the
What are we doing?
Yeah, Mike says this show is rigged. Little House. Here, this is what Mike's doing. Where's my phone? This is rigged. Where's Little House? Where's my Little House? Yeah, that's kind of what's going on over at Mike McCorder's house. Well, that's wrong thing. I want that. Okay. So we've got ER and Miami Vice. All right, facts, boy.
Okay, so if you have been living under a rock, the guy who wrote the Miami Vice theme was Jan Hammer, and it was number 1 on the top 100 in 1985 for a record amount of time. I couldn't find how long.
Don't know what that record was.
Don't really know
but
what it was.
Let me tell you what.
But
3 minutes.
it wasn't until 2013 that did the record get broken by the Harlem Shake. So it was 30 years on it held that record. Yes. So it's almost 30 years. It was the number 1 instrumental song on the top that held that place on
wow.
top 100.
Well, that's hard to argue against.
That is hard to argue with, and people actually know who wrote that. Now, no one knows who wrote. But you didn't know it was Jan Hammer. Well, if you grew up in the 80s, you did.
I mean, I grew up in the 80s, but I didn't. I mean, he was nowhere on my radar.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, if
you were
you
listening to King Diamond or something.
No, I was listening to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, dude. Like, come on.
Turtle Power. Yeah.
Heroes on a Half Shell. Scream Cam. Yeah, Elke's a big fan of the Scream Can, which I don't know if you noticed.
Me too. I like it.
By the way, I don't know if anybody's noticed that. I might be doing that too quickly, but it's actually been there we go. It's been redubbed. It's the Just One More Cam. You know, it's put right over Cheer by Amy Oberbeck and the crew over at Just One More. So right there. So it's not just a Scream Can. It's Just One More Cam.
Oh, so you can yell just one more time.
Yeah, right. Just one more roast, if you will.
That's right.
Okay, so
James Howard Newton wrote the ER theme. And
he was known for what else?
writing themes. That's all. I can tell you what he didn't have. He didn't have a #1 hit on the top 100.
Yeah.
So.
Was he ever what's the guy's name that wrote Miami Vice?
Jan Hammer.
Was he ever on MTV?
I'm sure he was.
Did he ever tour with the Statler brothers?
He probably didn't.
Yeah,
I don't think their genres fit, but I bet they knew of each other.
I mean, okay. Let's see here.
What German composer doesn't like country music?
Right, yeah. Those lines cross very easily.
do.
Yeah. Brian says Miami Vice. Shout out to Don in Crane, Missouri. I don't know who that is, but I wonder if
Don Johnson.
Yep.
Is it Don Johnson, Crane, Missouri?
Probably so.
Okay,
Probably
well,
Don.
tell me more. What's the story there?
I don't know. Shouting out to Don. That's the only Don I know that has to do
Oh,
anything with.
Don! Yeah, like Bill from
Yeah,
Chicago.
yeah.
This is Don and Crane. Yeah, gotcha. And if you don't know Bill from Chicago, I'll tell
Yeah.
you after the show's over because that's hysterical. Okay. So Brian, I'm assuming you're going to vote for Miami Vice. I don't know. And Deb says Miami Vice. This was on the radio, man. Jan Hammer. There you go.
Absolutely.
And Kim's going Miami Vice, and Elkie loves the Just One More Cam. Miami Vice vote. She's going for a Vice vote. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Miami Vice. Don Johnson was on Miami Vice. He is from Crane, Missouri. Oh, I didn't realize that.
See, I told you it was Don Johnson he was talking about.
Yeah. No, I'm changing it. Den
Even
Johnson.
my jokes have truth in them.
Yeah. No, that's
Don't question me in my opinions.
yes, sir.
Here, have some sugar.
Right.
I'll be passed out for the rest of this. Maybe it'll be easier
Yeah,
on you guys.
yeah. Hey, Jody, we'll win. Don't worry. Just feed him some pixie
We'll
sticks.
get this figured out. Here, have some more coffee.
Freebase it here.
Here, have some more
Right.
coffee.
Okay, so for our votes, Josh, where are you going?
Yes, so I'm gonna go. I think both of them fit really well.
They do.
When I was listening to the ER theme, it's got this very heroic sound to it, but there's these
Like those heroic undertones to it,
yes,
for sure.
and you got this percussion stuff and these little noises going on in
These
the
little
background.
diddly doos. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that that song conveys the heroism that is seen in the emergency rooms along with the chaoticness. So I think the composer did a good job of conveying what he wanted to in the
Yes.
song. But dude, I can see a drug chase with the Miami Vice thing.
Yes.
So-
That's exactly it. Yeah. It's a
and-
lot of the same argument of what Jody was saying for
Right.
Jeopardy. Like you associate like cocaine and drugs with Miami Vice.
Absolutely.
So
and
yeah.
it's not because
now
it was
whether
a
that's
huge
good or
hit.
bad.
Yeah. Not because it was a huge hit, which it was, but it's just, man, that Miami Vice was so good at picking the right music.
Yeah.
In the Air Tonight.
Well,
perfect
and
for
I
it,
feel
you
like
know?
Miami Vice was always like right on the cutting edge of everything. Not
It
even just
was.
music,
It
but
was.
style. I mean, the rolled up sleeves with the sports
Absolutely.
cut. Like,
and
there's so much that it was like on the cutting edge of. So yeah.
and it got the MTV mindset. It really did. It was like a music video with a storyline.
Yeah.
So just the picking of that song just fits perfectly. So
Josh, I'll let you take this one. Elkie says hum ER.
I could.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Exactly. It's
right. She's proven my point.
right. Like when I said when you had chosen the for the AC/DC, you did not choose like Shook Me All Night
Yes.
Long, and I had to
Right, well,
correct you on that. So.
Right. Yeah.
Or Back in Black.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Okay. So Josh, I'm putting you down then for Miami Vice. Correct?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Miami Vice. No argument here, Elkie.
Okay. And Jody.
Philip Michael Thomas for the win.
That's right.
All right.
Whatever happened to him?
Well, he was
anything else?
Don's partner for the longest time, and that was pretty cutting edge. If you want, I mean, that was
Yeah.
cutting edge too for back in the
Mhm.
day. So,
Yeah.
but I was always a big Miami Vice fan.
Yeah.
I like the music. It was good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. It was. Brian says Ted Nugent was on Miami Vice. I didn't realize they had elk in Miami.
He kills whatever is in whatever state. So.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
elk or a drug lord or yeah.
Right.
They stand
They'll
no
eat-
chance.
they'll
Or a
eat-
guitar solo.
Nice. Yeah, I mean that's a whole thing
Yep.
there too. Like Ted's a
Ted's
phenomenal guitar player, but man, is he out there?
Ted
Um,
said.
Crockett and Tubbs.
That's right. For the win.
For the win.
It is for the win. So Miami Vice is going to move on.
I think
ER.
that's hands down, isn't it?
That was
Maybe
pretty
Vice.
close.
Yeah, I didn't
I don't
see.
think anyone voted
Yeah,
for
I don't
ER.
have a single vote for ER.
We just had to try to hum it.
Yeah, I think that was the nail in the casket.
Yeah.
Just try to hum it, and when you draw a blank, it gets the X.
King's X.
Oh my goodness, we can go on for days on that. I'm digging this. Okay, so I don't know why that switched again. I want this, not that. And so at Miami Vice over ER. Next up, we've got holy
We
cow.
got a 1 seed coming up.
Wow. We've got
Andy
Andy Griffith versus Mission Impossible. My goodness, you talk about a stacked deck. Wow.
Dude.
Okay. Man,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where to start on this. So I
don't.
guess we'll start with what we've been doing. Give us the facts, give us the rundown, whatever you
Okay.
got.
Facts of those. Mission Impossible. Let me find it. Why don't you go ahead and let him start?
Okay.
You want me to read your notes?
You wouldn't be able
Josh
to.
can't even read his
I
notes.
can't. No, I just got
They're written in Canadian.
cuneiform is what they are.
This is a tough one though, because everybody likes the Mission Impossible, and it's stuck around for a while, and it's lived through generation after generation after generation as a song.
It has.
Yet at the same time, you could be anywhere on the planet, and people are humming and whistling the Andy Griffith song.
For sure.
This is a good one. This is a couple high seeds. in
Yes,
this
these are
bracket.
strong contenders for sure. I will say this for me, and maybe this is an age thing, perhaps. For me, the Mission Impossible theme I associate more with the movies than the show.
Right.
And again, that I'm sure that's strictly generational. That's strictly because of my age. But I will say that speaks to the power of the song, I guess, that it's able to be translated from TV to movie. But at the same time, like Andy Griffith, we're talking as being equally highly seated, and it was just a TV show. So I feel like because of that argument, it's a stronger argument for Andy Griffith.
Well, and it took the movies to continue the legacy.
True.
So Andy all by himself, black and white, and little Opie and Crazy
Yep.
Barney and the rest of the cast and crew. Not only did we kind of fall in love with all those cast members, the song it's a 1 seed. It's a 1 seed. I might have these picked to win. If we're going to do picks to win, this one. I don't mean all the rest of them too. The other three or four levels of 16. This is up there.
This is definitely a standout.
Yeah,
without question.
I'll
Either
give-
way it goes.
My answer is going to be a solid Andy.
Okay.
Yeah, coming in hot.
Okay, well, Earl Hagen and Hubert Spencer wrote the Andy Griffith theme song, and Mission Impossible was Lalo Schifrin. And I got to agree with you on that. I just, without the movies, Mission Impossible would only be known in like very eclectic realms. I don't think it would have the broad appeal. Not that's not good or well written or that doesn't fit. It does have a very spy-esque feel that I would say like a 007 or a James Bond. It does fit that, but
no legs.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, you hear the Andy Griffith theme, you see country people fishing, and you think of a country home and just down home feel, and it fits that song.
So here's something, and I'll do this as kind of an experiment. And now you've got the whole song stuck in your head, right?
Yep.
Off just a couple notes. You can't do the same necessarily on Mission Impossible, and not to say that it's not a good song,
Right.
but it's kind of the same as whatever song I mentioned earlier that's escaping me. That's like a riff, like the part of Mission Impossible that's like exactly.
Well, the Batman did earlier.
Right, thank you. It was Batman. Yeah, where it's a riff. It's not like instantly the whole song.
Yeah.
So I think that by nature is better songwriting, leaning towards Andy Griffith.
Mhm. And also, I have to go with Andy Griffith because years ago I had a cat that whenever the Andy Griffith theme song would play, he'd sing along to it. So,
Oh, really?
Shout out to Moses, who has since passed on. And
Here's to Moses.
Here's to Moses. We'd whistle, and he would just. Meow. I don't know if he just hated the song.
What did Moses
I
do
nearly
when you
lost
played
it.
King's X? What did Moses do when you played the King's X?
Yeah, what did
Moses do?
What did
Yeah.
Moses do when he played Dog Man?
Oh my!
Yeah, well, we didn't expose him to that because it's just,
I don't blame you.
it would
You had to
fry his
protect him.
brain. It would fry his brain. He couldn't
Like-
handle such
Like
such
child
awesomeness.
abuse.
So
Don't need
Oh,
that kind of
God.
abuse.
Let's see here. Al, Mark, Elke, and Elke are voting for Andy. Let's see here. By the way, Deb says, "Holy crap! I'm going with Andy Griffith because he's still on TV every day at noon, while Mission Impossible is not." Good argument. And she also says, "I had a cockatiel that whistled Andy Griffith's song."
so you know what I'm talking about
Right.
with pets and Andy Griffith.
Yeah.
There's something, it appeals to pets. It
It's
really
a
does.
strange Twilight
It
Zone
does.
episode where all animals
I love
the Andy Griffith thing.
Yeah, and
That's right. And then everybody loses their lips and they can no longer whistle. Animals go crazy all over the world.
I like how everybody's
How it
toasting
evolved.
to Moses the cat. This, yeah,
Moses,
Right.
I love
Yeah.
you, man.
I'm for it. Okay, so yes, I'm going out there and saying Andy Griffith as well. I think it's
Landslide.
yeah, and honestly, and even though these are both top picks, that's man, Andy Griffith is so freaking over. It's so perfect for what it is.
It is.
So I agree, Jody. I think it is a landslide for me. So yeah. So I think I've got this right. Josh, you also went Andy.
I did.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yes, Andy Griffith over Mission Impossible, which only ended up with 3 votes. So there's that.
Ooh, is it going to be an Andy Griffith final?
Oh my God.
Oh, what are we
I
going to
didn't
do?
even see that earlier. Wow.
I see it. I see it.
Wow. Wow.
It's
Wow. Wow.
happening.
Wow. This is great stuff.
Mm.
Okay. Now we're cooking
Old
with
Andy
some
Griffith
fire.
versus new Andy Griffith.
Retirement plan
Oh
Andy
my
Griffith
gosh.
versus not. Okay. Brian's got his fingers crossed, it looks like. Or no, he's toasting. Okay. Now then, Josh, I'm gonna let you
Yes.
take it away and announce this the last bracket here.
I can't see it.
We got Paula's home cooking.
Paula's home cooking. Yes, sir. The theme song no one ever has heard
Come
about
on, man.
Versus Northern Exposure.
versus Northern Exposure.
Another goodie.
It's a good one, but it wasn't like a huge hit.
Oh,
It was on CBS.
Mark actually-
right? Wasn't it?
Mark. What's that? Say that again.
Northern Exposure. I don't even know what.
I
Channel.
think it. Yeah, I think you're right. It was
mhm.
CBS. Yes. Mark LeBrock says, in my opinion, Mission Impossible theme would be better compared to the Hawaii 5-0 theme. And I totally agree. We. Do you guys have the bucket thing over there?
We do. We don't have
That's
Hawaii
okay.
5-0.
No. Well, go ahead and show it off to the camera. We have. There you go. We have that full. There you can see of tons of different theme songs that have no lyrics. So it's just what we happen to pick today. So.
Mhm.
Okay, Josh, take it away with what you got for notes.
What I got for notes for Paula's theme song, I couldn't even find information on it.
Butter,
Nothing. I could find nothing, and that
calories, and
that
butter.
should tell you something
Oh, come
about
on.
the song.
That just tells me you.
No one knows
No, that
anything, and no one cares.
that just
Google
tells me you
doesn't
watch
care.
CBS and not the Food Network.
Google doesn't care. If it doesn't even rank any type of citation on Google.
Oh my God, I need somebody to vote Paula Dean so I feel validated. Al Hutch is coming in with Northern Exposure.
Okay, now that's not to say that's not a good song because I did enjoy it when I listened to it. But I couldn't find anything. And on the opposite side, Northern Exposure was David. Let me find it here. What's his name?
David Allen Coe.
Nope, David Schwartz, who also does the music for Arrested Development.
That's right.
Yes,
Yes.
very quirky type stuff. He is probably one of my favorite composers for music. If you ever listen to like the soundtrack, I will listen to the soundtrack of Arrested Development because there's such good music, funny music,
Yeah.
and the man's amazing. So Northern Exposure.
Hold tight before you go down the northern road.
Okay, we'll go. Hold tight.
Okay, so Deb says I used to watch Northern Exposure, but I did watch Paula Dean, but she didn't have a moose walking around for me to remember. Well, that could be argued. She did. She didn't like a whole stick of butter in every recipe.
That's right.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so Northern Exposure, and we were talking about this earlier. Has this very samba feel to it.
Yes.
And then the instrumentation, it has the accordion and it has some clarinet and some
there was a clarinetista.
Yes, there was a clarinetista. It's a clarinetist. I get ticked off every time you say clarinetista. 'Cause I was in high school band and they were called clarinetists. Okay, they're clarinetists.
So you gotta admit that it's more fun and more marketable.
It is more marketable. Yeah, just like a flautist or a tromboner.
Tromboner. Oh man. Okay.
So the there's a very distinct theme in Northern Exposure, and I call it a Northern Paradise. You got that samba feel underneath, and then you've got the polka feel on top. So I think David Schwartz did a better job of conveying the theme of the show through the music.
That's
Whereas
fair.
Paula Dean, it could have been any country song that's playing over that. I mean, granted, it's down home country cooking and down home country music, but you could have taken any song.
You're not wrong in your argument.
I'm not wrong in my argument. I'm not questioning that.
Right. Well, hello there, humble.
Well, when
you
truth
mentioned
is on your
something,
side.
you mentioned something to me too that I did watch Northern Exposure again because that's what my mom watched or my parents, whatever. But I never knew until we listened to it before the show to kind of get our refreshers. I never noticed that there was a accordion in there, but there absolutely is.
Mhm.
So you're not grasping pixie stick straws by saying that it has that polka feel. It really does. Yeah. Everybody's liking the term tromboner. Yeah. And Deb says that she agrees with you. So yeah, and honestly, you do make good points.
I do make good points.
God dang it, man.
I'm supporting you, dude. I'm agreeing with you.
I as much as I full Northern disclosure, I am a huge Paula Dean fan. And so I will separate the song from the show and say I'm for if anybody out there is a wrestling fan, I'll use the term. I'm a mark for the harmonica and the kind of thing that's going on in there. But you are correct. It could have been any song, and it would have supplemented the show just fine. So because of that, I will go Northern Exposure for myself. So I went ahead and started that one. Josh, how about yourself?
Northern Exposure.
I don't know why I even bothered asking. Okay, so there's
For all the wrong reasons.
uh-huh.
I have no idea what Northern Exposure even is, so I have to admit that.
So
if we're giving full disclosures out, then I don't even know what that was. But I do know that I love butter. I love fried chicken. I like the accent.
I like where this is going.
I like the harp that's in the song.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting for her to cut her fingers off like Julia Childs did back in the day. So I'm going to go for Paula. That's why. It's like the person that picks a football team because they like the color.
I'm that guy.
Like,
I'm that guy.
I like Ravens. I'm going to do Ravens. No. I'm going to do it because of butter, fried chicken, harmonica, accent, and I'm just waiting for a disaster.
I mean, why not?
Why not?
Yeah. Let's see here. Elke says Northern Exposure for her vote. Okay. Got that down. Paula Dean is an awesome cook, for sure. For sure. Nobody arguing on that. The tromboner plays behind the saxophonist. Wow. Oh my God. Al Hutcher says, what is Paula Dean's least favorite Pokemon? Butterfree. Wouldn't that be her favorite Pokemon if the butter doesn't cost anything? Free butter? Butter
That means
free?
there's no butter in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like thinking like that. Okay, so Northern Exposure has gone ahead and surpassed Paula. And
Andy's gonna kill him.
yeah. Okay, so
All right.
let's do this. Let's let me get this over here all situated like this, and we will go ahead and take another quick little break. Give the guys a chance to smoke if they need to, or go to the bathroom, or compare notes. And and I'm gonna go ahead and update the brackets, and we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, so there we go. Deb says, "Smoke them if you got them." Okay, so I am updating as we speak the brackets, and we're getting ready to get into the nitty gritty. We're on to the inner brackets already, and we're going to be figuring this out. Now, the guys have predicted a Andy Griffith off for the final. Or at least the semifinals. And I honestly, as we were making the bracket, it didn't dawn on me that we had two Andy Griffiths that could have possibly been against each other. So this is making for some interesting content, if you will. And I am again waiting on a slow computer. And edit that. Okay, so let's talk about I tell you what, here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Halloween. That's what's coming up soon. And next week we've got Stephen Montecore March, and I'll get into a lot more of that as we introduce him next week, as well as Matthew Newkirk. And these are both guys that I know very well from playing in the metal scene here in Springfield with Death May Die, my band. And we're looking forward to talking some shock rock and some theatrics and all the fun stuff that comes along with Halloween that some of these bands do, regardless of whether it's Halloween or Christmas or anything. So let me open this up here. So yeah, I want to know, first of all, what are you guys' plans for Halloween? Are you going out anywhere? Are you passing out candy? I know the current pandemic situation changes a lot for everybody. But what are you dressing up as? If you're dressing up, if you're not, what would you dress up as? And I think we're going to try and dress up next week for the show in honor of Halloween. So
I'm going as a jaded rocker.
No, you're not. Oh, you mean you're going as a
That's
King's
myself, yeah.
You're going as a King's X fan, is what you're saying.
That's right, yeah.
This is more fun than actually low key being like okay with King's X. It's more fun to pretend that I'm not. And, yeah. Now I get why Dan takes a stance so much.
Because it sucks. Get people riled up. Jesus Jones.
Oh, Jesus Jones. It was a joke, people. I'm joking. You stupid idiot.
Talk about Fritz.
Yeah. How could you tell? Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm over here making a mess trying to oh, come on, computer. Trying to update this. Now then, here we go.
Have you seen their podcast? It's pretty cool.
Is it?
It really is, yeah.
Okay.
Dan and
Dan and Tara's podcast is really good.
It
Also,
is
those
good.
long form interviews,
I got lucky.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy, the bartender.
Well, stay tuned and we'll see if we can get our schedules for when you guys come back. And, we kind of talked about this prior to the show, but I'm thinking of having the same people on the same shows for these TV theme song Tournament of Champions. So possibly having Brian Betancourt and Charles House back for the lyrical version and keeping Jody and Josh for the why did that happen? For the non-lyrical, the instrumental versions. That way we can. It's kind of like a finishing of the thought process.
Right. Are we gonna have the same host?
No, of course
No?
not. I'll be. I mean, you might be here with Randy.
I was gonna say, is Randy
Okay.
going to be around?
Right. Well, I mean, we'll see. I don't know. Nobody. I mean, I didn't get any feedback on Randy's appearance.
That would
So-
be nuts. You know, a puppet, really?
I like
To
Randy.
Oh,
open the show?
don't
I
say
like
don't
Randy.
don't be saying the P word around here.
Oh, what is it?
He is
An
a
American felt? A felt American? Is that what he is?
yes, I think that's the proper term. An American felt. Oh my gosh! Let me tell you something. Little. Now that he's passed out on his medication because it is after
It is.
7. Randy has been in my life for over 20 years. Randy has been.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
It really isn't surprising.
Why am I telling you
It
this?
looked like you have a very close relationship with Randy.
Well, I don't know about close, but
Well, where was your hand?
we don't need to talk about it. Pay no attention to that man with his hand. Yeah, anyway. Oh my goodness, you're killing me, dude. I love it. So Randy came actually, well, I won't tell you any detailed history other than the fact that I got him from a basically an arts and crafts fair type thing from my hometown. I was probably like 13 or 14, and I thought kind of like you with how you wanted to be like an entertainment in some sort, you know, and I jokingly to you said something about vaudeville. I actually played around for like a hot minute with ventriloquism, and I quickly realized I was not cut out for that.
And there's not a whole lot of future in ventriloquism.
Well, I mean, you say
I
that,
mean,
but look at the people that are able to break through and have success with it. They're successful with
Okay, name 5.
it. Jeff Dunham, Jessica or Jennifer or whatever the chick's name is, that other person, and
Yeah.
those other two.
Point made.
King's X. There you go. They're
King's
all
X.
puppets. Oh my God! If
Okay.
anybody out there is watching and you're in the band King's X, know that
We are
Uh,
kidding. We
You
are
think they
kidding.
watch this
just
podcast?
know
You
that
really-
it's a joke. Of course they do. This is, I mean, yeah. Why wouldn't they?
Not like they're playing shows or anything right now.
God dang, man! Yes. All the yes. All the yes.
COVID.
Much
Only
love
because of
for you
COVID.
guys.
Only because of COVID.
Ty, I'm sorry. Doug, I'm sorry.
Don't be acting like you know who these people are.
I know these guys. Doug played at a friend of mine's wedding.
Duff, I'm sorry. Axel, I apologize. Slash, I'm sorry.
Tommy Lee.
I've played Doug Pinnock's bass.
No, never mind.
Not in a dirty way.
Did it have good action?
I had to play it upside down and backwards because he's a lefty.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I bet. Honestly,
It
on
was-
a serious note, I bet that would be very challenging.
it was very challenging.
You actually pulled that off.
I did.
Nice
Yeah.
work.
I started as a drummer, and I can do the whole like traditional this way or over or not overhanded, whatever that's called.
The
I'm-
other way.
The other way, yeah. But I don't think I would be as good if I sat in on the left-handed drummer's set. I mean, I still have this thing that I can do, but the timing would be weird because I'd be wanting to double time my left hand and not my right hand. Jody, can you relate or not at all?
Yeah, it's Dave Ellis, right? He's the one that has the left-handed drum set.
Him and if you know him on Facebook, you would know him as Das Clutch, but his name is Fred. And he's a local metal drummer that's left-handed.
Well, being a righty sitting down on a left-handed kit, it is definitely different, and it's mainly with that left foot. I mean, your right foot becomes so
Yes.
predominant, and it's different. I guess it'd kind of be like driving cars in that other country with the steering wheel on the other side, but kind of.
Kinda.
The neat thing is the lefties can always play the right-handed kits, so they've got us. They
do have us on that for sure.
I sit down on a left-handed kit and feel like I'm on a left-handed kit.
Right. Okay, so I think I've got this updated. I just got to export it over here to this
Okay.
thingy over here and do that thing.
So Deborah said she's gonna tag all the guys in King's X.
Oh
to
my
this
God, Deb!
podcast, so
Don't throw
Don't
me under
do
the
that.
bus. Come
Do
on,
it.
Don't
now.
do that, please.
Do it.
Just know I defended
Remember back
all
in
of you
my
guys.
bicycle club.
Yeah.
And Deb is saying that Fred is left-handed as well. Did you know that all the Muppets are left-handed? Have you ever noticed that?
No,
all of
but I
them-
bet you I know somebody that knew that. You know who knew that?
I
Randy
did.
knew that.
Randy knew that. Yeah. If you look at them when they're all playing their guitars, they're all playing left-handed.
Really?
They are.
I really did never know that.
Notice it.
I'll never look at them the same
You
again.
never will.
Thanks for ruining my childhood, Josh.
Well,
Okay, now then, we are back on track. I finally got this to cooperate and update. So let's go over to this one. And there we go.
there we
Wow.
go.
Okay.
Shazam.
So we have got Batman versus The Price is Right in the what are these? The quarterfinals, is that right? Semifinals?
Semi, because the next one is finals.
Yeah, that would be correct. You know, go Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
I don't
Something.
watch sports
Yeah.
games.
Sports ball. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Al, you keep sending messages that have no content. I'm not sure what that's about.
What's Al talking
That's
about?
weird. It's
Oh,
crickets.
is he sitting on his phone?
Maybe.
I hope he's not that guy with the Jeep.
Deborah, the reason is they have that stick on their right hand to
move.
Yeah, to move.
Yeah.
So this one stays stationary, and their actual left hand is actually the one that moves.
But you could put a stick on a different
and
hand.
it's because most of the puppeteers are right-handed, and they
Oh, there
use
you go.
a stick for the other hand.
There you
So
go.
That's why they're left-handed.
Interesting.
I'm full of useless knowledge,
I actually watched,
which is why I do good on Jeopardy. So.
but yet you didn't vote for it.
But I didn't vote for it. I love the show. Don't care for the theme.
Yep. Well, I mean, I care for the theme, but
Well, you're
It-
wrong, but that's okay. I still love you.
okay. So speaking of Jeopardy that lost, to The Price is Right, we've got Price is Right and Batman. So we've gone over the facts and the
Right.
Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts.
Mhm.
So now we're rolling on gut instincts through here on out.
Right.
So, Jody, I'm going to go to you on this one first. Are you for Batman or The Price is Right?
I'm gonna take Batman.
Batman.
Batman. I am Batman.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Things
Okay.
are gonna get tough though. I see it.
Yeah.
I see
Yes.
it. It's
Yeah,
getting tough.
absolutely.
Mhm.
So there's 2 for you. Josh, yourself.
I'm going Batman.
Okay. Let's jump over here to the comments. Al says, oh, Muppet. Gotcha. Muppet playing drums GIF. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure you guys could probably see GIFs as you're commenting, but through the program that I use, I'm not able to see GIFs. I wish. Okay, so let's jump over here. Mark says Batman. Elkie says Batman. So wow, we are already off to the races. Nobody's sticking up for Price is Right. I gotta admit, I will not stick up for Price is Right on this because Batman is a I mean it's lasted through all these years and people can still hum it and it hasn't been on TV. And I mean, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of the animated series, et cetera, but the original version hasn't been on TV in forever. Unlike, say, an Andy Griffith that's on every day at 11 or noon or whatever time it comes on. And it's been able to stand the test of time. So I, too, am going to go with Batman. Batman. Deb says she doesn't see it either. Okay. So Batman is going to take the cake on that. Death to Price is Right. Sorry, Mr. Barker and Mr. Carey.
Price is
On.
wrong.
You're wrong. Okay, so next up we've got Matlock versus the Twilight Zone.
I'm going
Oh.
Twilight Zone on this one.
Okay.
I'm going Twilight Zone.
Deb says, "What are we voting on?" I got lost with the Muppets talk. Well, we were voting Batman versus Price is Right. Batman wins, and Josh went for Twilight Zone. Correct?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Want to make sure I had that right. Ouch. Okay, and Jody, where are you going?
Well, even though I think it would be really neat to see a Matlock episode that was kind of like the Twilight Zone, where he was in court, doing some weird stuff with the Twilight Zone guy, and like when they flash back over, it was in black and white, and then they go back to Fat Elvis,
Yep.
and then they go back to black and white. I think that would be neat.
There was one where he played like his own grandfather. It
Yeah.
was in black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got some weird stuff.
It's so
Mhm.
weird.
Weird last thing.
I love
They were
it.
really reaching at the end.
Yes, they were
Yeah.
for sure.
Twilight Zone.
All
I'm
right.
going to say Twilight Zone. Mm-hmm.
I added 2 for you, and I also added 2 for me because I also think Twilight Zone is a better theme song. Now I will say this: as much as I wanted an Andy Griffith off, like it's one of those things that sounds good and it looks good on paper, but if we're sticking to, the songs being important to the show and the longevity, et cetera, I think that it kind of doesn't stand a chance at all, to be honest, against Matlock. So Mark says Matlock, and Brian says Twilight Zone. Elke says Twilight Zone. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So far I see.
He's hands down on that one.
Yeah,
Easy
I
for the
see
win.
one single vote for Matlock.
Sorry, Mark.
Yep. Sorry, bud. So Twilight Zone it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Meanwhile, in the other conference,
Yes. We've got over on the West Conference. I think that's right, or East Conference, I guess, because it's on the right. I don't know. Waltons versus Miami Vice. Now, my God, could 2 stories be any more not alike?
Well, I don't know, man. Those Waltons, they may have been doing some drugs.
Well,
They may have been
actually,
doing-
funny enough,
Poppy Farms.
now almost for those that were actually fans of the show, they were friends, if you remember, with 2 moonshiners.
They were.
Those 2 old ladies. They were pushing moonshine.
right.
So I mean that if you're wanting to draw a comparison, it could be
Right,
done.
okay. And there was an episode of Little House on the Prairie where Albert got hooked on morphine. You remember
That's
that one?
right.
Dude, that
Yes.
was
Wow, man.
If I grew up in those times, I
Jeez.
would be hooked on all kinds of stuff.
yeah, because really, what
It
else
was
is there
just
to
like,
do?
here, go visit the
Right.
doctor. Here, have some cocaine. Here, visit the doctor. Try heroin if cocaine
Right,
didn't
right.
work. Here,
Milk the
visit
cow,
doctor.
screw that.
Right.
Go to the
No,
general store and
gonna
pick up a
hook up, man.
Coca-Cola.
I'm going to work all day.
I need to get some sleep.
No sleep for Good night, John Boy.
Good night, John White. Okay, sorry.
All
He
right.
was a writer. He was an artistic type guy. I could
Yeah.
see him like,
Yeah, up all night.
yeah.
Yeah.
With little pieces of paper. Peeking out the
Up
window.
all night, sleep all day. Yeah. Okay. See, we're keeping the music.
Yeah.
Where are we at here? Okay. We've got Kim Garmery with Miami Vice, Mark LeBrock with Miami Vice. Let me switch to this. 1, 2. Deb says Miami Vice. I did love to watch the Waltons. The sisters were moonshiners. I can't remember the names. I can't remember either. But they were great characters. Miami Vice for an Elke vote. All right, gentlemen. Josh, we'll start with you.
Jan Hammer, Miami Vice.
All right. 2 for you. I'm gonna go. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't know why I keep apologizing. I have a right to my opinion, and it is the Waltons. I'm picking Waltons over Jean whoever.
Jan Hammer.
Yeah, Jan Hammer, which is a great wrestling name, by the way. Okay, Jody, how about yourself? We need some.
I think I need some Walton fans to start getting into the chat box over there and sticking the Waltons in there, but it looks as if I need to talk for a very, very long time to get that going.
Right, you need to
really
tag some
do.
friends
You
and share
really
the
do.
post.
You know that
and-
Granny Green Shoes lady I was talking to you about that comes and stalks us at all the
Uh-huh.
shows?
Uh-huh.
I think she was related to those moonshine chicks is what happened there. And she's like, back in the day, she was one of them. I think she told Dean that one time backstage. I'm going to have to vote Waltons, win or lose. Waltons.
I like the way you're in it, whether you're going down or not. You're going.
I'm
you're going in with a
I'm
good swing.
Going down
You're a
with
man of conviction.
Yes,
I
Granny.
can't fault you with that.
Granny Green Shoes. Remember, I voted for your family.
There you go. Hey, ho, ho! Asking you shall receive.
There you go,
Oh
Dean
my goodness,
Daisy.
there's some more Waltons.
There's good job, Diener.
It's a little late. What are the music notes for?
The Waltons.
Hang on now. Is it a little late? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3.
No, I mean it's a little late.
4. 4 votes for Miami Vice. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Josh said Miami Vice. So there's 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 5-6 currently
5-6,
with
really
Waltons
that close?
and with 5 and Miami Vice to 6.
Well, didn't you
What
vote?
we need is some Jeopardy music right now and have
Well,
it.
and I thought it I don't know why it ain't
working. Uh-oh, what was
Ooh,
that?
what we
Oh.
got going on here?
Oh, is that-
Suspense?
is that-
Stock
Yeah, it's
market.
up there.
Okay, no, that's not on theirs.
Mm-mm.
Okay, good.
Hmm.
I don't think it is. Is it? I can't tell if it's on there or not.
Report a
Look at
crash.
that.
Oh no, it's not. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, That's my cheap knockoff Jeopardy music.
I like it. I like it a lot. I see Jeopardy Italiano in under 3 crickets.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Tell me this isn't some cultured thinking music.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Mhm.
If I only had a beard.
Doo-doo.
Did we kill enough time to get a Walton vote?
That's
Al
what
Hutchins
someone said.
that's what I was
I'm
trying. Josh says, or Josh says, Al said he was peeing. So wait a minute. Now,
don't need to
Jody,
know
if
that.
you look at the way he spelled that, there was no G, which means he's got to be going for Waltons because
I
you know
was
they're a little bit
peeing.
country. They
He
always
was
want
peeing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll paying.
bean,
I'm paying.
bean,
I was
bean.
out back. I reckon.
As a ping.
I think
he was playing with his John boy.
Jared, we're gonna have to take the loss. We're gonna take.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doggone it, man. Well,
Sorry, Granny Green.
at least when we're up to bat, we swung. So,
Who that?
all right. God, it hurts my soul to be scratching off the Waltons.
Hurts my soul.
Hey, there's Lisa Betancourt, Miami Vice, because I had the hots for Don Johnson from Crane, Missouri.
Really, who didn't?
Pick me, coach.
So it looks like Miami Vice is taking over Walton Mountain.
Mhm.
And we've got Andy Griffith versus Northern Exposure. An interesting little matchup. I guess I'll start this one off. To me, this is I want to say hands down, but honestly, I think that Northern Exposure is a good theme song. But again, we're talking longevity. We're talking the amount of time that a show's been on TV, the amount of generations it's been able to affect. Andy Griffith, to me, gets a vote with ease. So I'm voting Andy over Josh. What was the main character's name?
And what?
Northern Exposure.
I have no clue.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yep. Well, you got no argument from me, man. In honor of Moses, toast to Moses. We're going.
Toast to Moses.
We're going with Andy Griffith. One for my homie.
There you go.
There we go.
A toast.
There you go.
I've never said that before. A toast to Moses.
Toast to Moses.
And it's spelled with a Z, guys. I mean,
Oh,
he was a cool.
he was
guy.
a cool.
You know
So
it was.
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Moses.
Okay, let's back this train up and
It was
investigate.
Mozus.
So I'm gonna guess here that Moses was born in the late 90s, early 2000s.
You know, it was early 2000s.
There you
Yes,
go.
it was from the Josh Kiddison song.
I don't know who that
You
is,
don't know?
but I
She
know
asked
that.
me how the cat's been. I said, Moses, he's just fine. No, don't
Nope.
remember that.
No, not at all. But I know that it
And he
was
found me. He came up to the house and just stayed. He
the
was
cat.
astray.
So the cat that I have was the same way. So
Yeah.
we're totally sidetracking, and I'm okay with this.
Right, but we're
Um,
talking about cats. And
Yeah,
that's fine.
exactly. So for all you dog lovers out there, time out. The cat that I own is I think she's like 13, 14 years old, something like that. And we had a house party after we got home from the bar, myself and a bunch of friends and stuff. And this stray cat that was literally only like this big, I mean, just barely weaned off its mom, came walking across the street. And, you know, we had been out that night, so I was totally drunk. And I picked up the cat and I was like, oh, look at this. It's so cute. It's black and white and really pretty, all this stuff. And everybody's like, oh, look at it. And they're like, is it a boy or a girl? And so I pick it up to look, and like it's like infested in fleas. I'm like, oh, and so I was like, oh, but that poor thing, like it's out there by itself, and it's, you know, it's got this big flea problem. Look at this. I said the word fleas, and I'm like already, ugh. So anyway, long story short, I made a deal with the person I was living with at the time, and the deal was, because I got the no, we don't need a cat kind of thing, and the deal that was made was, if the cat's still here the next morning, fine, you win, we'll keep it. So you know, the friends leave, everybody goes to bed, yada yada yada, and I'm the last one to go to bed, and I set out a bowl of milk, and of course the cat was still there, and so I've still got Kayla to this day. But yeah, so I'm all for stray cats and shelter animals and all that kind of stuff. But we're back to TV theme songs, and cheersing to Moses with the Z. Okay, wow. I don't know where all that came from, but you know,
I'm going to go with this Lisa Evan Bettercourt because she says, what the hell is Northern Exposure?
Well, that's when you're in Canada and your pants fall down to your ankles and all signs point north, if you know what I'm saying. What? It was a compass joke.
That's right.
Who? Brian Betancourt says Rob Morrow. Who is that?
That's the actor.
Oh,
plays,
there you go.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. His name was Joel, and John Corbett. That's right, was in the show. He was the beef hunk of the show. I feel like Deb watches for thirst.
Yeah.
If it doesn't quench her thirst, she's not tuning in. So
That's right. Well, she
speaking
is
of
a cougar.
which, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. That's right. You got some nice looking man flesh over here.
Oh yeah. Okay, Mark says, oh, wrong comment. Mark says the Darlin brothers that were on the Andy Griffith show from around here, and one owned a record studio in Branson. Really?
Yeah, I remember seeing them like at Silver Dollar City at their when they would have those outside Jubilee things.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the guys from the Darlings was in there.
Interesting. Wow. Elke says yes, and had a lot of famous band people on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Even Gomer Pyle had an album. If I was it Gomer or was it Goober?
It was Gomer.
Gomer had
Gomer, yeah, because his singing voice was so different than his speaking voice.
Yes. Yes, for sure. Okay, so now then, let's see where we're at. We are on a not updated visual, but we'll go with it. We've got Batman versus the Twilight Zone.
Mm.
Josh, we'll start with you on this one.
Okay, yeah. I couldn't think of two better pitted songs. You know, I mean, they both are so appropriate for what they are doing, but I'm gonna go with Twilight Zone. I really think that the Twilight Zone fits, creates a mood better than Batman does. I think the tense and the dissonance in the song really speaks to the theme of the show.
Okay. Well said. I'm going to what am I going to do?
Disagree.
Here?
I know you're going to disagree.
No, I'm actually not. I'm actually going to I'm going to throw this up while I update this real quick, and I'm going to tell you my stance. By God,
I know.
I'm going to tell you that I totally agree. I think Batman is really great, but kind of going back to kind of a reoccurring theme. You see what I did there?
Yeah.
Is Batman is kind of just a riff, where Twilight Zone is a fully fleshed out song or close to. And because of that, I think it should garner a higher vote. And so with me, it does. I'm going to go with Twilight Zone. Let's see here. There's that. 2, 3, 4. And Jody, how about yourself? Are you going?
This is tough.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, really, the Joker and the Batman and the Bam and the Wham and
it's about the
Little
song
Pink
and
not
the whap.
show. It's about the
whack and but the Twilight Zone is so freaky and
pig face
Twilight
people.
Zone. Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone.
2 words. Pig face people. Is pig face one word? I'm going to say it's one
We're going
word.
to say it's one.
It's
word.
hyphenated, so
Yeah.
yeah, you can get by.
I'm going to go Twilight Zone.
There you go.
There we go.
About those graphics, it may not happen. Okay, so Twilight Zone. Okay, so we're up to 6 on Twilight Zone. Let me go over here to the comments. I've got 600 things going on at once all of a sudden, and I'm doing it to myself.
Kim Garmery, Twilight Zone.
Here we go. Okay.
Ryan says he's diehard Batman.
Yep. Deborah's Twilight Zone.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Brian says he's a diehard Twilight Zone guy, and then he says I'm a diehard Batman fan guy.
So that means he's torn.
Yeah, you only get
like
one
me,
vote.
Like me.
Only one
What's
vote.
it gonna be,
Yeah,
Brian?
what do you think you are?
What's
Like
it
on
gonna
the
be,
show?
Brian?
That's right.
Come on, Brian.
Oh, we
talk
could do
to
that
us.
if we have 2 votes, right? Like I could do half of my vote for Batman, half my vote for.
You can't split the vote, man. It's all or nothing.
There you go.
Bat Zone.
Mark is Batman.
Okay.
Elkie is Twilight,
Okay.
and Brian's trying to do both sides of the fence. Man, you got to make a
Come on,
decision.
Switzerland.
Come on.
Switzerland, Betancourt.
Brian came in.
Mike
with
McCorder
Batman.
says Batman makes you want to OTO. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to say. Want to drive fast and punch bad people. Twilight Zone is great, but doesn't give you a rush.
But it's a tonescape.
It
It really is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider it a song, but more of a tonescape.
Yeah.
Scary deal.
It really is.
Yeah,
It's got a Stravinsky-esque feel to it.
very yes.
This is
That's
tough.
yeah.
This is tough.
The Audio Roast Electoral College. Yes,
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. Our vote counts more than yours.
Lisa says it's Brian's multiple personality.
Ah,
Oh.
Okay, to make a Batman reference, come on, Two-Face.
Oh.
T2.
easy.
TZ. Oh, sorry. OTO was a typo. I figured. I just ignored that word, and it made sense to me. So, okay, well, we're gonna call that one right there, and that is Twilight Zone by a wide margin. So Batman is off the list, and now we are on to Miami Vice versus Andy Griffith. Wow. I'm gonna pass this one over to Jody first.
I'm still stuck in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
We're taking Andy against Miami Vice.
Oh, Barney Fife and Don Johnson.
As much of a fan as
Dong
I am
Johnson.
of Don oh my gosh.
Sorry,
There
had
you
to.
go. You're
Had
so
to.
good. Had to.
Yep.
But, where's the drum set?
Oh, I've got it somewhere.
There it is.
Wait,
Ba-dum.
oh, come on. Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse. Over here and
It's not Dick Johnson. It's Dong Johnson.
there you go.
Thank you. I'm here all night.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, and we're back.
I'm going with my gut. I'm going to say Andy.
Okay,
Andy it is.
I appreciate a gut vote.
Yep.
All right.
I'm just going gut.
I'm gonna slip in the middle
This could
of
be
both
tough.
of you guys, and I'm gonna also say Andy. But well, you know that brings something up, and this is a perfect opportunity to take this little sidestep. You brought up the tidbit about Muppets being left-handed? I'm going to bring
Yes.
up a tidbit that has never been answered, and I don't know why this is. Have you ever noticed what Barney calls Andy as a nickname?
Ange.
Why? Like, where does he get the? Is it like AN from Andy and the G from Griffith? Ange. That's the only thing I can draw.
You know, I think it's
But
one of those.
Ange.
I think it's one of those old timey things.
Oh, like fiddlesticks.
like,
Whereas
you know,
we would say Falcon
Well,
Crest.
like Richard, yes, like Richard and Dick. You know, those have
Gotcha.
nothing to do with anything.
Right.
John and Jack.
Bill and
you know,
William.
Well, yeah. There's there's an I and an L in both.
There's an
but-
I and two L's in both.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. You're right.
Like a
But
Bob
yeah,
Roberts.
Ange, I've always thought that too, and it's like I'm just assuming that's an old time thing.
And that could be. That could. So you're saying it's not necessarily. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so where we have Andy versus Miami Vice, and we've got let me scroll up here. And Rod Serling speaks over the theme, so it's not even eligible. Over what theme?
The Twilight Zone theme.
But those aren't lyrics.
No, they're not. But actually, I think
I-
they played the theme for a while too.
Dang it,
And then-
he might be onto something here.
yeah, but no, I don't think
We've
it
got to
counts.
ignore that comment because
I don't
this is
think
how far into
monologue
the show
counts
we are.
as lyrics. We're this far. We're not turning back.
Right. Yeah. Miami Vice for Elvis the Crocodile.
Yes.
The Croc.
Okay.
Yeah, Elvis was the crocodile that Don Johnson had.
Okay. And Crane.
No, on the show.
Okay. I'm like, wow.
See, crocodiles are native to Florida.
Not
Not a whole lot here in the Midwest.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe he donated the one over at Bass Pro for all I know.
Could be.
All right.
All right, where
So
are we at?
we are all over the place. That's where we're
Yes.
at. Okay. So I'm I'm gonna consider Lisa as a Miami Vice vote. Wait a minute, am I on the right thing? Yes, Miami Vice. Miami Vice for Mark. Al Hutcher says the independent state of Hutch cast its vote for Miami Vice. Yeah, that's great stuff, man. Elke says Andy Griffith. But Angie. Okay, and Brian says Miami Vice. Holy cow, what happened to everything? There we go. Deb says, even though Don Johnson was hot, I'm not thirsty, but I will have to go with Andy Griffith. You don't lie. You had a thing for Don Knotts now. Don't lie. Come on. Okay, so Andy for... It'd be nice if my pen would work. Andy for Deb. And it says Ange. Deb says Ange because he's Barney. That's lost on me. And here we go. Mike McCorder. Josh is right. If the name was Andy, why did Barney call his pal Ange? Ange was Don Knotts' real life nickname for Andy Griffith. But Andy's real life name was still Andy.
You know, I'm gonna have to need a citation for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some evidence.
Yep.
I'll believe you.
It was not in Josh's notes, so therefore
No, it wasn't. I
have
didn't-
blind faith.
I wasn't expecting nicknames to
Okay.
come up. so-
Okay. So here Kim is reassuring my synopsis of that Google says it is a mashup of his first and last name that Don Knotts called him both on and off the set. Okay, there you go. Now I do remember the coming in hot. Whatever.
Stop yelling at
On to
us,
the next
Mike.
thing. Yeah, no, I love it. Keep yelling at us, Mike. I love it. I love your enthusiasm.
Get your own show.
Mike McCorder, here. I got your back, Mike. Don't worry. Here we go. You ready, buddy? Again, this show's rigged. Where's the little house on the prairie justice? I like how I'm turning into Sam Kinison. There we go. Get back over here to the votes. Lisa says, Jared, you are as smart as my students right now. Where's that Jeopardy music?
Is that a compliment or
Right.
I'm thinking
Right.
not.
Yep, I'm thinking not either, and that's okay. I'm good with it. Dean goes for Andy. And Marks says that's because the show Don Johnson played college football for the Florida Gators, and Elvis was the mascot, which is how he got 4. Okay, gotcha. And Lisa says Don Knotts' real first name was Jesse. And he hated it, but Andy would call him that off stage to make him mad. I didn't know that about him. And Mike says, I was about to say...
Andy Griffith was a kind of a
it's Sam
jerk, wasn't he?
Yeah, right? For real. Just one more came, yeah.
It's not like Josh or Joshua.
Yeah, Mike, I like what you're on to. We might see about getting a Kinnison cam. I like the ring of it. I was thinking you sounded like Sam Lonesome. I don't know who that is, but I'm assuming you think he's hot.
I have no frame of reference for that.
Okay, fellas, we're back on with us.
All right.
Currently, we've got 4 votes for Miami Vice and 3 votes for Andy Griffith. So here we go. Jody, hit us up. Miami Vice or Andy Griffith?
It's Andy.
There you go. Josh?
Andy. I'm going to go Andy. Sorry.
And I also am going Andy, which, according to the Audio Roast Electoral College,
Right.
Winner, winner.
Your vote
Pack the votes.
does not count
Right.
in this one.
Okay,
But
so
please support us.
right, absolutely. Let me get this over here to say this one there, so I can do this and see what we've got here. Okay, now then, I've got this ready. Okay, so we are at the finals. It's the final bracket, and Lisa says, "Is there a libertarian vote?" Wait a minute, throw that back up there, Jody.
Da-da-da.
Twilight versus Andy Griffith.
Oh.
Man. Well, I want to stop right here and
All
say
right.
kudos to both of you guys. I like where we've ended up. This is a really interesting final battle.
Yeah, that couldn't be more different, could it?
No, yeah, exactly. Okay, Mike says, is your Pantera shirt from Glam Era Spandex Pantera or Heavy Pantera? It is from Heavy Pantera. I don't know. 1990. So I think they were in past spandex at that point. I could be wrong. I was late to the Pantera party. In full northern disclosure.
Mhm.
That might stick, by the way. Can we still vote for the Addams Family? Absolutely not, ma'am. Wrong episode. Okay, so Mark is going in with Andy. Okay, so I've got a vote for Andy and a wasted vote for Addams Family. No, I'm kidding. Okay, guys, we need your votes. So Andy Griffith is where we're at versus the Twilight Zone. I know the graphics aren't there, but we'll get them there. Don't worry about all that. Anyway, so Josh, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you start on this one. Andy or the Zone? Highway to the Twilight Zone.
That's not. But that song was written by a guy from Springfield, Tom Whitlock.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Like, say the name again.
Tom Whitlock.
Oh, so
Whitlock.
not third eye,
Yes,
not third eye.
Whitlock.
Okay, gotcha. I was like, whoa,
Tom
you just
Whitlock,
blew my
yep.
mind. Okay,
Mhm.
He's
gotcha.
the same dude that brought Incubus onto the table.
Yep.
And he's from here.
Yeah,
but
and he also
wrote.
Take My Breath Away.
Yeah, that's it.
He won an
Take My Breath
Oscar
Away.
award winning guy from
Really?
Springfield. Yep. My uncles played in bands with him.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a good one. How did I not have
Right
that?
in for Doctor Who. We didn't choose that one. We have that.
Okay, good. I was like,
we did have that.
how did
on
I
the
miss
master
that?
list.
Okay,
It
good.
just wasn't chosen.
Gotcha. Elkie says Twilight Zone.
Easy.
And Lisa says, I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone right now, so that gets me vote. Ah, matey, that gets me vote. Okay, I like the way you think, my lass.
Yes.
Mark says, my other favorite instrumental theme songs are Night Court and Sanford and Son and Charlie Brown. Mark, rest easy tonight knowing that all three of those are in the master list
right.
and will eventually get represented here on the show. So,
Okay.
Good write-ins. Okay, while we're still waiting for
Yeah.
people to give us Twilight Zone, we've got like 2 votes, and
Yeah.
there's more than that people watching. I missed Dean say gotta go Andy,
Gotta go, Andy.
and now we're caught back up. Okay, so all right, fellas, Jody, we'll go with you on this.
I'm a huge fan of the Twilight Zone. I think it scarred me as a little person back when I was a little person.
Dude, it scared the socks off of me.
I mean, between that and those darn ape people. But I think that even through the other brackets, this is going to be the winner.
Yeah. Yeah,
Andy. I'm going for Andy.
fair enough.
There you go.
I'm gonna.
There you go, Ronnie.
Brian says Lisa's drunk. Yeah,
I would be too if I had to look at that Facebook post,
Profile
post-
picture.
profile picture.
He would be too if
That
he had to
would
look
be-
at that bumper. Hey, Brian.
Love you, Brian.
Speaking of which, you ready for this, Brian? I've upgraded. Brian will know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to go ahead and show this. And this, no, I don't do this every episode, but I am doing it tonight because I knew tonight would be a good time. I found this. Now, I don't know if you could see that, but that is espresso cream Baileys. And yeah, it doesn't get any better than coffee-flavored coffee liqueur. So yeah, rolling with the good creamer tonight. All right, now then, moving right along. Josh, no pressure, buddy.
No pressure. I like the experimentalism of Twilight Zone, so I am gonna go. Okay. Oh wait. Let's take-
Somewhere I've got it.
Okay.
There it is. All right.
The experimentalism of Twilight Zone. Just, I've got to go with Twilight Zone.
Wow.
Got to go.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Now,
And he's had a good run.
I will ask for you to expand on that, like just a little bit. What do you mean the experimentalism?
Well, like I said earlier, just kind of the notes of Stravinsky in there, the tone, the tonescapes that it creates.
So you're talking about the experimentation of
yes,
putting
of the
that
music.
in with a TV theme instead
Right.
of, yeah.
Right. It really was. There was nothing else like it out there, and it so fits the theme of the show. So I'm gonna go Twilight Zone.
Okay, that's a respectable argument. Lisa says, "Yep, that's why I'm drunk." Elkie says, 8 people scare you. Planet of the Apes scared you, Jody Guy Cottengim. Yep.
Solid yes.
There you go. Am I I meant to ask that at the top of the show. Am I saying that your last name right?
He did. That's awesome. Yeah, it's Cottengim.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
nice work.
Not like that other show that calls you Cotton Gin.
No, you got it right. Randy got it right. Everybody got it right. Not Cotton Gin. This funny though, because remember Lou Whitney was married to my mom? So forever I got called Cotton Gin, which actually was the Eli Whitney thing.
Oh,
and then my mom ends up marrying a
gosh.
Whitney, and
You poor guy.
I was just on and on and on.
Man.
and on.
I mean, if we're toasting to Moses, we're got to toast to the correct pronunciation of one Jody Guy, not gal, Cottengim.
Correct.
Good water.
Okay, here we go. Kim says Twilight Zone. So we are up 5-4. Ooh, it's really close, man. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna cast my vote. My vote, and to me, again, I feel like this is such a strong song. It's an easy decision for me. Not that it's a landslide vote. It's just an easy decision for myself personally. I'm going with Andy Griffith, which means we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to break it, this is
tie it up or break it.
Yeah, we're down to the wire on the final one, and you have a chance to change the outcome here. Yeah. Ben Garcia says hello. How's it going, Ben? Good to see you. Thanks for being here with us.
Hey.
And cheers to Jody. There you go. Andy, that only counts as one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's probably going to be the nail in the coffin. Brian says, "Hey, Ben." You can't be talking like that with that kind of picture. Oh my God, I'll behave. There's so much going across my mind, 1,000 miles an hour. Let's see here. Mark says, "I lived across from Mary Tolliver."
That was my grandmother.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Mike McCorder's going Andy. All right. So see, I'm glad, Mike, that even though you weren't being able to be as totally represented with Little House as you were, you at least got the right.
Good job, Mike.
You got a good vote for the final answer, which means that Andy Griffith over here is indeed the winner. So now then, let's
get some clapping going.
Yeah, I've got some over here somewhere, but before I do that, oh, come on. There we go. I had one job. All right. Are we ready for this? Here we go. Let me get this together and that together and this and go. Hey! Very nice, very nice. Andy Griffith for the win. Man, I got to be honest with you. That was fun. I really enjoyed that a lot. You guys really had some great input. Josh, very, very much work went into your homework, and I appreciate that. And that's also a part of why I think that it would be a good idea to go ahead and have you guys both back if you're both willing. I don't want to twist anybody's arm or anything. But yeah, I think that the idea of keeping both of you on for the same, the same train of thought, I think would be a great little thing. So
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Lisa says Al Gore would like to challenge the vote based on the hanging Chad ballots. Well, yeah, actually, Al Hutchins is the one that's down in Florida, and he would probably agree. However, we're in the middle of the country, and we have no hanging Chad around here. So yeah, let me change this one more time real quick to that. and I will get this going. And get that up here, and this, and there we go, and there. Okay, hey, we're back to normal. Okay, so I think that's gonna kind of wrap everything up. Well, I didn't mean for that to happen that quick, but okay. Let's see here. Oki says, congratulations for the win. Andy Griffith wins. That's right. Keep your what was it? A silver bullet? Is that right? Or
a single bullet.
A single bullet. Okay, sure. Keep your.
He wasn't hunting vampires or werewolves.
What Ange?
Ange, the monsters live right down the road.
I'm not thoroughly convinced that Aunt B was not a vampire. I'm just saying. Let's get that conspiracy going. I think that's totally Facebook worthy. Deb says, thanks guys, good show. Thank you so much for all your participation, everybody. Al says, one more thing before you go. Shot glass. Thank you. Good night. Great show. Here's to shot glass. Okay, so yes, I want to shot glass rules. Okay, I want to say again, a very honestly sincere thank you to both Josh and Jody for being here. So I do want to recap right now. Neither of you guys have a show on the calendar yet, but you're both looking at next year as kind of a restart of playing music out.
Yeah, we are talking to clubs. I think we've got some dates offered. We're just narrowing them down.
Okay, fair. And same kind of thing for you, Jody. Yeah, correct. Like you're just kind of waiting for the turn of the year and for some solid scientific.
We're waiting for
breakthrough.
I mean, just to be blunt, we're waiting for everything to get safe.
Yeah,
I mean, really safe.
Yeah,
I think it's horrible to have to take the big pause, but it is just a small pause. I'd rather be pausing than sit at someone's funeral and think I would have done anything for them to still be here.
Yep.
And that's the way we feel about our fans. That's the way we feel about our families. So our big deal is we're gonna hit the pause button, and
I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, Jody. I think that it's easy to say, thanks to everybody for being here, for coming to see my band, that kind of thing. But I think it's a time, for the most part, not to be. First of all, nobody should overplay, period. But it's not a bad thing to wait and. Again, I've got like 600 things going through my mind all at once. Sorry. But it's not a bad thing to want to wait and not be greedy and say, oh, I want to take the show because I haven't played here, or because I need the money, or because X, Y, and Z. If you, again, I said it on another Talking Shop episode, do what you feel is right for you and for the people that are in your life. So whether that's your family, your bandmates, your friends, your fans, whatever, do what you think is right for that. And I don't think you can go wrong with that.
I'm doing it for them, for the people. I mean, I'm a strong believer that I was brought onto this planet on a certain day. I'm going to leave this planet on a certain day. That's just the way I believe.
Sure.
But I don't need to be running around licking doorknobs and trying to help people get hurt.
Yeah.
So we are going to wait. And then when we come back, we'll give you 150%, because I mean, every day I wish I could go play a show. Every day I want to go do the thing I've been born to do.
Yes.
But it's not that time. It's not time. So shows will come. We'll be right back here at the Riff, where we're, a home base, we call it.
Yeah.
We love Kent. We love the Classic Rock Coffee. We love the Riff. We are looking forward to, the future. And until then, I just hope people like you and podcasts and social and everybody can just do the right thing and stay in touch. But then again,
safely,
stay safe.
Yeah.
Stay smart.
Yeah.
I mean, come
exactly.
on.
Yep.
I don't want to sit at someone's funeral and think I would have done anything to prevent this.
Yeah.
And if I'm running around just trying to, pretend that I know how to play drums and entertain people, I don't want to be standing there. I don't want to be standing there. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait.
Nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Deb says she thinks the same thing. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people that like. Did I get the 7 songs? Great show as always. Stay safe and healthy. # strong Springfield, or Springfield strong, and # Missouri 2020. And Dean, your bandmate agrees. Yes. I'm not sure if I got all 7, so I'll have to refer to the comments after the show.
Did you send a King's X song this week?
I didn't.
Oh man.
I think
he's
it's
feeling the
futile at
pressure.
this point. It really is.
Go from 6 to 5.
Have you sent me I'm going to be totally honest here. Have you sent me like their Back in Black? Have you sent me like this is their go-to song like for somebody that doesn't know them?
You know, I love all their songs. So
Like I'm asking like are you picking like the deep cuts like you're only a real fan if you know Dogman. I don't know their catalog.
No, actually that was probably one of their more recognizable songs. Other than Over My Head. I don't know. Have you heard that one?
No.
You haven't heard Over My Head. Oh, you might want to give that a shot.
All right, so we'll add that to the.
That was like their first hit. So
we'll add that to the 7 songs and 7 days.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know.
Now, I do want to say this, and I don't know. I know you said that you were watching the show the whole time, but just to make sure, and I want to say it right here while you're here. It's not even like it's been fun giving you crap about King's X.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: like it's not that I'm burying them because I think they suck. It's whatever else happens to be in the 7 songs in 7 days. I just right. it's a little bit higher to me. So It's not that they're bad. I'm not saying that, but it is now that we've got a thing going. It's kind of fun. So Al says in closing, is it too late to book Josh Poole for a Festivus party?
Well, I will say how much you have shamed me over the past year. And disappointed me in that part of the Festivus ritual.
Right. Yeah.
Standing around the pole in the middle of the room.
Oh, Lord. All right. Well, fellas, that's going to wrap it up for today's show. Going off of what Jody said, please do be safe out there. And remember that times are hard for everybody right now. So may your coffee and your love of music be strong, but your sense of humor be even stronger. We'll see you next week and stay tuned. Thank you, guys.